Chapter 20. Although Miss Quested had not made herself popular with the English, she brought out all that was fine in their character. For a few hours an exalted emotion gushed forth, which the women felt even more keenly than the men, if not for so long. "What can we do for our sister?" was the only thought of Mesdames Calendar and Leslie, as they drove through the pelting heat to inquire. Mrs. Turton was the only visitor admitted to the sick-room. She came out ennobled by an unselfish sorrow. "She is my own darling girl," were the words she spoke, and then, remembering that she had called her not Pooka, and resented her engagement to young Heaslop, she began to cry. No one had ever seen the collector's wife cry. Capable of tears, yes, but always reserving them for some adequate occasion. And now it had come. Ah, why had they not all been kinder to the stranger, more patient, given her not only hospitality but their hearts? The tender core of the heart that is so seldom used, they employed it for a little under the stimulus of remorse. If all is over, as Major Calendar implied, well, all is over, and nothing can be done. But they retained some responsibility in her grievous wrong that they couldn't define. If she wasn't one of them, they ought to have made her one, and they could never do that now. She had passed beyond their invitation. "Why don't one think more of other people?" sighed the pleasure-loving Miss Derrick. These regrets only lasted in their pure form for a few hours. Before sunset, other considerations adulterated them, and the sense of guilt, so strangely connected with our first sight of any suffering, had begun to wear away. People drove into the club with studious calm, the jog-trot of country gentlefolk between green hedgerows, for the natives must not suspect that they were agitated. They exchanged the usual drinks, but everything tasted different. And then they looked out at the palisade of cactuses stabbing the purple throat of the sky. They realized that they were thousands of miles from any scenery that they understood. The club was fuller than usual, and several parents had brought their children into the rooms reserved for adults, which gave the air of the Residency at Lucknow. One young mother, a brainless but most beautiful girl, sat on a low ottoman in the smoking-room with her baby in her arms. Her husband was away in the district, and she dared not return to her bungalow in case the niggers attacked. The wife of a small railway official, she was generally snubbed, but this evening, with her abundant figure and masses of corn-gold hair, she symbolized all that is worth fighting and dying for. More permanent a symbol, perhaps, than poor Adela. "Don't worry, Mrs. Blakeston, those drums are only Mohuram," the men would tell her. "Then they've started," she moaned, clasping the infant, and rather wishing he would not blow bubbles down his chin at such a moment as this. "No, of course not. And anyhow they're not coming to the club." "And they're not coming to the Burra Sahib's bungalow either, my dear, and that's where you and your baby will sleep tonight," answered Mrs. Turton, towering by her side like Pallas Athene, and determining in future not to be such a snob. The collector clapped his hands for silence. He was much calmer than when he had flown out at Fielding. He was, indeed, always calmer when he addressed several people, rather than in a tête-à-tête. "I want to talk specially to the ladies," he said. "Not the least cause for alarm. Keep cool, keep cool. Don't go out more than you can help. Don't go into the city. Don't talk before your servants. That's all." "Harry, is there any news from the city?" asked his wife, standing at some distance from him, and also assuming her public safety voice. The rest were silent during the august colloquy. "Everything absolutely normal." "I had gathered as much. Those drums are merely Mohurrim, of course." "Merely the preparations for it. The procession is not till next week." "Quite so, not till Monday." "Mr. McBride's down there, disguised as a holy man," said Mrs. Callender. "That's exactly the sort of thing that must not be said," he remarked, pointing at her. "Mrs. Callender, be more careful than that, please, in these times." I... She was not offended. His severity made her feel safe. "Any more questions? Necessary questions?" Where is he?" Mrs. Leslie quavered. "Jail. Bail has been refused." Fielding spoke next. He wanted to know whether there was an official bulletin about Miss Quested health, or whether the grave reports were due to gossip. His question produced a bad effect, partly because he had pronounced her name. She, like Aziz, was always referred to by a periphrasis. "I hope Callender may be able to let us know how things are going before long." "I fail to see how that last question can be termed a necessary question," said Mrs. Turton. "Will all the ladies leave the smoking-room now, please?" he cried, clapping his hands again. "And remember what I have said. We look to you to help us through a difficult time, and you can help us by behaving as if everything is normal. It is all I ask. Can I rely on you?" "Yes, indeed, Burra Sahib," they chorused out of piqued, anxious faces. They moved out, subdued yet elated, Mrs. Blakiston in their midst, like a sacred flame. His simple words had reminded them that they were an outpost of empire. By the side of their compassionate love for Adela, another sentiment sprang up, which was to strangle it in the long run. Its first signs were prosaic and small. Mrs. Turton made her loud, hard jokes at bridge. Mrs. Leslie began to knit a comforter. When the smoking-room was clear, the collector sat on the edge of a table, so that he could dominate without formality. His mind whirled with contradictory impulses. He wanted to avenge Miss Quested and punish Fielding, while remaining scrupulously fair. He wanted to flog every native that he saw, but to do nothing that would lead to a riot, or to the necessity for military intervention. The dread of having to call in the troops was vivid to him. Soldiers put one thing straight, but leave a dozen others crooked, and they love to humiliate the civilian administration. One soldier was in the room this evening, a stray subaltern from a Gurkha regiment. He was a little drunk, and regarded his presence as providential. The collector sighed. There seemed nothing for it but the old weary business of compromise and moderation. He longed for the good old days when an Englishman could satisfy his own honour and no questions asked afterwards. Poor young Heaslop had taken a step in this direction by refusing bail, but the collector couldn't feel this was wise of poor young Heaslop. Not only would the Nawab Bahadur and others be angry, but the government of India itself also watches, and behind it is that caucus of cranks and cravens, the British Parliament. He had constantly to remind himself that in the eyes of the law Aziz was not yet guilty, and the effort fatigued him. The others, less responsible, could behave naturally. They had started speaking of women and children, that phrase that exempts the male from sanity when it has been repeated a few times. Each felt that all he loved best in the world was at stake, demanded revenge, and was filled with a not unpleasing glow in which the chilly and half-known features of Miss Quested vanished and were replaced by all that is sweetest and warmest in the private life. "But it's the women and children," they repeated, and the collector knew he ought to stop them intoxicating themselves, but he hadn't the heart. "They ought to be compelled to give hostages," etc. Many of the said women and children were leaving for the hill station in a few days, and the suggestion was made that they should be packed off at once in a special train. "And a jolly suggestion," the subaltern cried. "The army's got to come in, sooner or later." A special train was, in his mind, inseparable from troops. This would never have happened if Barabas Hill was under military control. Station a bunch of Gurkhas at the entrance of the cave was all that was wanted. "Mrs. Blakiston was saying if only there were a few Tommies," remarked someone. "English no good," he cried, getting his loyalties mixed. "Native troops for this country. Give me the sporting type of native. Give me Gurkhas. Give me Rajputs. Give me Jats. Give me the Punjabi. Give me Sikhs. Give me Marathas, Beals, Afridis, and Pathans. And really, if it comes to that, I don't mind if you give me the scums of the bazaars, properly led, mind. I'd lead them anywhere." The collector nodded at him pleasantly, and said to his own people, "Don't start carrying arms about. I want everything to go on precisely as usual, until there's a cause for the contrary. Get the womenfolk off to the hills, but do it quietly. And for heaven's sake, no more talk of special trains. Never mind what you think or feel. Possibly I have feelings too. One isolated Indian is charged with an attempted crime." He flipped his forehead hard with his fingernail, and they all realized that he felt as deeply as they did, and they loved him, and determined not to increase his difficulties. "Act upon that fact until there are more facts," he concluded. "Assume every Indian is an angel." They murmured, "Right you are, Burra Sahib. Angels, exactly." From the subaltern, "Exactly what I said. The natives all right if you get 'em alone. Leslie, you remember the one I had a knock with on your Maidan last month? Well, he was all right. Any native who plays polo is all right. What you've got to stamp on is these educated classes, and mind, I do know what I'm talking about this time." The smoking-room door opened and let in a feminine buzz. Mrs. Turton called out, "She's better," and from both sections of the community a sigh of joy and relief rose. The civil surgeon, who had brought the good news, came in. His cumbrous, pasty face looked ill-tempered. He surveyed the company, saw Fielding crouched below him on an ottoman, and said, Everyone began pressing him for details. "No one's out of danger in this country as long as they have a temperature," was his answer. He appeared to resent his patient's recovery, and no one who knew the old major and his ways was surprised at this. "Squat down, Calendar. Tell us all about it." "Take me some time to do that." "How's the old lady?" "Temperature." "My wife heard she was sinking." "So she may be. I guarantee nothing. I really can't be plagued with questions, Leslie." "Sorry, old man." "Heaslop's just behind me." At the name of Heaslop, a fine and beautiful expression was renewed on every face. Miss Quested was only a victim, but young Heaslop was a martyr. He was the recipient of all the evil intended against them by the country they had tried to serve. He was bearing the Sahib's cross, and they fretted because they could do nothing for him in return. They felt so craven, sitting on softness and attending the course of the law. "I wish to God I hadn't given my jewel of an assistant leave. I'd cut my tongue out first. To feel I'm responsible, that's what hits me. To refuse, and then give in under pressure. That is what I did, my sons. That is what I did." Fielding took his pipe from his mouth and looked at it thoughtfully. Thinking him afraid, the other went on. "I understood an Englishman was to accompany the expedition. That is why I gave in." "No one blames you, my dear Calendar," said the collector, looking down. "We are all to blame in the sense that we ought to have seen the expedition was insufficiently guaranteed and stopped it. I knew about it myself. We lent our car this morning to take the ladies to the station. We are all implicated in that sense, but not an atom of blame attaches to you personally." "I don't feel that. I wish I could. Responsibility is a very awful thing, and I've no use for the man who shirks it." His eyes were directed on Fielding. Those who knew that Fielding had undertaken to accompany and missed the early train were sorry for him. It was what is to be expected when a man mixes himself up with natives. Always ends in some indignity. The collector, who knew more, kept silent, for the official in him still hoped that Fielding would toe the line. The conversation turned to women and children again, and under its cover Major Calendar got hold of the subaltern and set him on to bait the schoolmaster. Pretending to be more drunk than he really was, he began to make semi-offensive remarks. "Heard about Miss Quested's servant?" reinforced the major. "No. What about him?" "Heaslop warned Miss Quested's servant last night never to lose sight of her. Prisoner got hold of this, and managed to leave him behind. Bribed him. Heaslop has just found out the whole story, with names and sums. A well-known pimp to those people gave the money. Mohammed Latif by name. So much for the servant. What about the Englishman, our friend here? How did they get rid of him? Money again. Fielding rose to his feet, supported by murmurs and exclamations, for no one yet suspected his integrity. "Oh, I'm being misunderstood. Apologies," said the Major offensively. "I didn't mean they bribed Mr. Fielding." "Then what do you mean?" "They paid the other Indian to make you late. God bole. He was saying his prayers. I know those prayers." "That's ridiculous." He sat down again, trembling with rage. Person after person was being dragged into the mud. Having shot this bolt, the Major prepared the next. Heaslop also found out something from his mother. Aziz paid a herd of natives to suffocate her in a cave. That was the end of her, or would have been, only she got out. Nicely planned, wasn't it? Neat. Then he could go on with the girl. He and she and a guide, provided by the same Mohammed Latif. Guide now can't be found. Pretty. His voice broke into a roar. "It's not the time for sitting down. It's the time for action. Call in the troops and clear the bazaars." The Major's outbursts were always discounted, but he made everyone uneasy on this occasion. The crime was even worse than they had supposed. The unspeakable limit of cynicism, untouched since 1857. Fielding forgot his anger on poor old Godbole's behalf, and became thoughtful. The evil was propagating in every direction. It seemed to have an existence of its own, apart from anything that was done or said by individuals. And he understood better why both Aziz and Hamidullah had been inclined to lie down and die. His adversary saw that he was in trouble, and now ventured to say, "I suppose nothing that's said inside the club will go outside the club?" winking the while at Leslie. "Why should it?" responded Leslie. "Oh, nothing. I only heard a rumour that a certain member here present has been seeing the prisoner this afternoon. You can't run with the hare and hunt with the hounds, at least not in this country." "Does anyone here present want to?" Fielding was determined not to be drawn again. He had something to say, but it should be at his own moment. The attack failed to mature because the collector did not support it. Attention shifted from him for a time, then the buzz of women broke out again. The door had been opened by Ronnie. The young man looked exhausted and tragic, also gentler than usual. He always showed deference to his superiors, but now it came straight from his heart. He seemed to appeal for their protection in the insult that had befallen him, and they, in instinctive homage, rose to their feet. But every human act in the East is tainted with officialism, and, while honouring him, they condemned Aziz and India. Fielding realized this, and he remained seated. It was an ungracious, a caddish thing to do, perhaps an unsound thing to do, but he felt he had been passive long enough, and that he might be drawn into the wrong current if he did not make a stand. Ronnie, who had not seen him, said in husky tones, "Oh, please, please all sit down. I only want to listen what has been decided. Heaslop, I'm telling them I'm against any show of force," said the collector apologetically. "I don't know whether you will feel as I do, but that is how I am situated. When the verdict is obtained, it will be another matter." "You are sure to know best. I have no experience, Burra Sahib." "How is your mother, old boy?" "Better, thank you. I wish everyone would sit down." "Some have never got up," the young soldier said. "And the Major brings us an excellent report of Miss Quested," Turton went on. I do. I'm satisfied." "You thought badly of her earlier, did you not, Major? That's why I refused bail." Calendar laughed with friendly inwardness, and said, Heaslop. Next time bail's wanted, ring up the old doctor before giving it. His shoulders are broad, and, speaking in the strictest confidence, don't take the old doctor's opinion too seriously. He's a blithering idiot. We can always leave it at that. But he'll do the little he can towards keeping in quod the—" He broke off with affected politeness. "Oh, but he has one of his friends here," the subaltern called. "Stand up, you swine." "Mr. Fielding, what has prevented you from standing up?" said the collector, entering the fray at last. It was the attack for which Fielding had waited, and to which he must reply. "May I make a statement, sir?" "Certainly." Seasoned and self-contained, devoid of the fervours of nationality or youth, the schoolmaster did what was, for him, a comparatively easy thing. He stood up and said, "I believe Dr. Aziz to be innocent." "You have a right to hold that opinion if you choose. But pray is that any reason why you should insult Mr. Heaslop?" "May I conclude my statement?" "Certainly." "I am waiting for the verdict of the courts. If he is guilty, I resign from my service and leave India. I resign from the club now." "Hear, hear," said voices not entirely hostile, for they liked the fellow for speaking out. "You have not answered my question. Why did you not stand when Mr. Heaslop entered?" "With all deference, sir, I am not here to answer questions, but to make a personal statement, and I have concluded it." "May I ask whether you have taken over charge of this district?" Fielding moved towards the door. "One moment, Mr. Fielding. You are not to go yet, please. Before you leave the club, from which you do very well to resign, you will express some detestation of the crime, and you will apologize to Mr. Heaslop." "Are you speaking to me officially, sir?" The collector, who never spoke otherwise, was so infuriated that he lost his head. He cried, "Leave this room at once, and I deeply regret that I demeaned myself to meet you at the station. You have sunk to the level of your associates. You are weak. Weak. That is what is wrong with you." "I want to leave the room, but cannot, while this gentleman prevents me," said Fielding lightly. The subaltern had got across his path. "Let him go," said Ronnie, almost in tears. It was the only appeal that could have saved the situation. whatever Hyslop wished must be done. There was a slight scuffle at the door, from which Fielding was propelled a little more quickly than is natural into the room where the ladies were playing cards. "Fancy if I'd fallen or got angry," he thought. Of course he was a little angry. His peers had never offered him violence or called him weak before. Besides, Hyslop had heaped coals of fire on his head. He wished he had not picked the quarrel over poor, suffering Hyslop, when there were cleaner issues at hand. However, there it was, done, muddled through, and, to cool himself and regain mental balance, he went onto the upper veranda for a moment, where the first object he saw was the Malabar Hills. At this distance and hour they leapt into beauty. They were Montsalvat, Walhalla, the towers of a cathedral, peopled with saints and heroes, and covered with flowers. What miscreant lurked in them, presently to be detected by the activities of the law? Who was the guide, and had he been found yet? What was the echo of which the girl complained? He did not know, but presently he would know. Great is information, and she shall prevail. It was the last moment of the light, and as he gazed at the Malabar Hills, they seemed to move graciously towards him like a queen, and their charm became the skies. At the moment they vanished, they were everywhere. The cool benediction of the night descended, the stars sparkled, and the whole universe was a hill. Lovely, exquisite moment, but passing the Englishman with averted face and on swift wings. He experienced nothing himself. It was as if someone had told him there was such a moment, and he was obliged to believe. And he felt dubious and discontented suddenly, and wondered whether he was really and truly successful as a human being. After 40 years' experience, he had learnt to manage his life and make the best of it on advanced European lines, had developed his personality, explored his limitations, controlled his passions, and he had done it all without becoming either pedantic or worldly. A creditable achievement, but as the moment passed, he felt he ought to have been working at something else the whole time. He didn't know at what, never would know, never could know. And that was why he felt sad. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. Dismissing his regrets as inappropriate to the matter in hand, he accomplished the last section of the day by riding off to his new allies. He was glad that he had broken with the club, for he would have picked up scraps of gossip there and reported them down in the city, and he was glad to be denied this opportunity. He would miss his billiards and occasional tennis and cracks with MacBride, but really that was all, so light did he travel. At the entrance of the bazaars, a tiger made his horse shy. A youth dressed up as a tiger, the body striped brown and yellow, a mask over the face. Mohram was working up. The city beat a good many drums, but seemed good-tempered. He was invited to inspect a small tazia, a flimsy and frivolous erection, more like a crinoline than the tomb of the grandson of the Prophet, done to death at Kerbela. Excited children were pasting colored paper over its ribs. The rest of the evening he spent with the Nawab Bahadur, Hamidullah, Mahmud Ali, and others of the Confederacy. The campaign was also working up. A telegram had been sent to the famous Amritrao, and his acceptance received. Application for bail was to be renewed. It could not well be withheld, now that Miss Quested was out of danger. The conference was serious and sensible, but marred by a group of itinerant musicians who were allowed to play in the compound. Each held a large earthenware jar containing pebbles, and jerked it up and down in time to a doleful chant. Distracted by the noise, he suggested their dismissal, but the Nawab Bahadur vetoed it. He said that musicians who had walked many miles might bring good luck. Late at night, he had an inclination to tell Professor Godbole of the tactical and moral error he had made in being rude to Heaslip, and to hear what he would say. But the old fellow had gone to bed, and slipped off unmolested to his new job in a day or two. He always did possess the knack of slipping off. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22. Adela lay for several days in the McBride's bungalow. She had been touched by the sun, also hundreds of cactus spines had to be picked out of her flesh. Hour after hour Miss Derrick and Mrs. McBride examined her through magnifying glasses, always coming on fresh colonies, tiny hairs that might snap off and be drawn into the blood if they were neglected. She lay passive beneath their fingers, which developed the shock that had begun in the cave. Hitherto she had not much minded whether she was touched or not. Her senses were abnormally inert, and the only contact she anticipated was that of mind. Everything now was transferred to the surface of her body, which began to avenge itself and feed unhealthily. People seemed very much alike, except that some would come close while others kept away. In space, things touch. In time, things part, she repeated to herself, while the thorns were being extracted, her brain so weak that she could not decide whether the phrase was a philosophy or a pun. They were kind to her, indeed over-kind, the men too respectful, the women too sympathetic, whereas Mrs. Moore, the only visitor she wanted, kept away. No one understood her trouble, or knew why she vibrated between hard common sense and hysteria. She would begin a speech as if nothing particular had happened. "I went into this detestable cave," she would say dryly, "and I remember scratching the wall with my fingernail to start the usual echo. And then, as I was saying, there was this shadow, or sort of shadow, down the entrance tunnel, bottling me up. It seemed like an age, but I suppose the whole thing can't have lasted 30 seconds, really. I hit at him with the glasses. He pulled me round the cave by the strap. It broke. I escaped. That's all. He never actually touched me once. It all seems such nonsense." Then her eyes would fill with tears. "Naturally I'm upset, but I shall get over it." And then she would break down entirely, and the women would feel she was one of themselves, and cry too, and the men in the next room murmur, "Good God, good God." No one realized that she thought tears vile, a degradation more subtle than anything endured in the Marabar, a negation of her advanced outlook and the natural honesty of her mind. Adela was always trying to think the incident out, always reminding herself that no harm had been done. There was the shock, but what is that? For a time her own logic would convince her. Then she would hear the echo again, weep, declare she was unworthy of Ronnie, and hope her assailant would get the maximum penalty. After one of these bouts, she longed to go out into the bazaars and ask pardon from everyone she met, for she felt in some vague way that she was leaving the world worse than she had found it. She felt that it was her crime, until the intellect, reawakening, pointed out to her that she was inaccurate here, and set her again upon her sterile round. If only she could have seen Mrs. Moore! The old lady had not been well either, and was disinclined to come out, Ronnie reported, and consequently the echo flourished, raging up and down like a nerve in the faculty of her hearing, and the noise in the cave, so unimportant intellectually, was prolonged over the surface of her life. She had struck the polished wall for no reason, and before the comment had died away he followed her, and the climax was the falling of her field glasses. The sound had spouted after her when she escaped, and was going on still like a river that gradually floods the plain. Only Mrs. Moore could drive it back to its source and seal the broken reservoir. Evil was loose. She could even hear it entering the lives of others. And Adela spent days in this atmosphere of grief and depression. Her friends kept up their spirits by demanding holocausts of natives, but she was too worried and weak to do that. When the cactus thorns had all been extracted, and her temperature fallen to normal, Ronnie came to fetch her away. He was worn with indignation and suffering, and she wished she could comfort him. But intimacy seemed to caricature itself, and the more they spoke, the more wretched and self-conscious they became. Practical talk was the least painful, and he and Mr. Macbride now told her one or two things which they had concealed from her during the crisis, by the doctor's orders. She learnt for the first time of the Mohuram troubles. There had nearly been a riot. The last day of the festival the great procession left its official route and tried to enter the civil station, and a telephone had been cut because it interrupted the advance of one of the larger paper towers. Macbride and his police had pulled the thing straight, a fine piece of work. They passed on to another and very painful subject, the trial. She would have to appear in court, identify the prisoner, and submit to cross-examination by an Indian lawyer. "Can Mrs. Moore be with me?" was all she said. "Certainly, I shall be there myself," Ronnie replied. "The case won't come before me. They've objected to me on personal grounds. It will be at Chandrapur. We thought at one time it would be transferred elsewhere." "Miss Quested realizes what all that means, though," said Macbride sadly. "The case will come before Das." Das was Ronnie's assistant, own brother to the Mrs. Bhattacharya, whose carriage had played them false last month. He was courteous and intelligent, and with the evidence before him could only come to one conclusion. But that he should be judge over an English girl had convulsed the station with wrath, and some of the women had sent a telegram about it to Lady Mellanby, the wife of the Lieutenant Governor. "I must come before someone. That's the way to face it. You have the pluck, Miss Quested." He grew very bitter over the arrangements, and called them the fruits of democracy. In the old days an Englishwoman would not have had to appear, nor would any Indian have dared to discuss her private affairs. She would have made her deposition, and judgment would have followed. He apologized to her for the condition of the country, with the result that she gave one of her sudden little shoots of tears. Ronnie wandered miserably about the room while she cried, treading upon the flowers of the cashmere carpet that so inevitably covered it, or drumming on the brass Benares bowls. "I do this less every day. I shall soon be quite well," she said, blowing her nose and feeling hideous. "What I need is something to do. That is why I keep on with this ridiculous crying." "It's not ridiculous. We think you wonderful," said the policeman, very sincerely. "It only bothers us that we can't help you more. Your stopping here, at such a time, is the greatest honour this house—" He, too, was overcome with emotion. "By the way, a letter came here for you while you were ill," he continued. "I opened it, which is a strange confession to make. Will you forgive me? The circumstances are peculiar. It is from Fielding." "Why should he write to me?" "A most lamentable thing has happened. The defence got hold of him." "He's a crank, said Ronnie lightly. "That's your way of putting it, but a man can be a crank without being a cad. Miss Quested had better know how he behaved to you. If you don't tell her, somebody else will." He told her. He is now the mainstay of the defence, I needn't add. He is the one righteous Englishman in a horde of tyrants. He receives deputations from the bazaar, and they all chew betel-nut and smear one another's hands with scent. It is not easy to enter into the mind of such a man. His students are on strike out of enthusiasm for him. They won't learn their lessons. If it weren't for Fielding, one would never have had the Mohurrim trouble. He has done a very grave disservice to the whole community. The letter lay here a day or two, waiting till you were well enough. Then the situation got so grave that I decided to open it in case it was useful to us." "Is it?" she said feebly. "Not at all. He has only the impertinence to suggest you have made a mistake." "Would that I had!" She glanced through the letter, which was careful and formal in its wording. "Dr. Aziz is innocent," she read. Then her voice began to tremble again. "But think of his behaviour to you, Ronnie, when you had already to bear so much for my sake. It was shocking of him. My dear, how can I repay you? How can one repay when one has nothing to give? What is the use of personal relationships when everyone brings less and less to them? I feel we ought all to go back into the desert for centuries and try to get good. I want to begin at the beginning. All the things I thought I'd learned are just a hindrance. They're not knowledge at all. I'm not fit for personal relationships. Well, let's go. Of course, Mr. Fielding's letter doesn't count. He can think and write what he likes. Only he shouldn't have been rude to you when you had so much to bear. That's what matters. I don't want your arm. I'm a magnificent walker, so don't touch me, please." Mrs. McBride wished her an affectionate good-bye, a woman with whom she had nothing in common, and whose intimacy oppressed her. They would have to meet now, year after year, until one of their husbands was superannuated. Truly, Anglo-India had caught her with a vengeance, and perhaps it served her right for having tried to take up a line of her own. Humbled, yet repelled, she gave thanks. "Oh, we must help one another. We must take the rough with the smooth," said Mrs. McBride. Miss Derrick was there too, still making jokes about her comic Maharaja and Rani. She had refused to send back the Mudkul car. They would be frightfully sick. Both Mrs. McBride and Miss Derrick kissed her, and called her by her Christian name. Then Ronnie drove her back. It was early in the morning, for the day, as the hot weather advanced, swelled like a monster at both ends, and left less and less room for the movements of mortals. As they neared his bungalow, he said, "Mother's looking forward to seeing you, but of course she's old. One mustn't forget that. Old people never take things as one expects, in my opinion." He seemed to be warning her against approaching disappointment, but she took no notice. Her friendship with Mrs. Moore was so deep and real that she felt sure it would last, whatever else happened. "What can I do to make things easier for you? It's you who matter," she sighed. "Dear old girl to say so." "Dear old boy." Then she cried, "Ronnie, she isn't ill too?" He reassured her. Major Calendar was not dissatisfied. "But you'll find her irritable. We are an irritable family. Well, you'll see for yourself. No doubt my own nerves are out of order, and I expected more from Mother when I came in from the office than she felt able to give. She is sure to make a special effort for you. Still, I don't want your homecoming to be a disappointing one. Don't expect too much." The house came in sight. It was a replica of the bungalow she had left. Puffy, red, and curiously severe, Mrs. Moore was revealed upon a sofa. She didn't get up when they entered, and the surprise of this roused Adela from her own troubles. "Here you are, both back," was the only greeting. Adela sat down and took her hand. It withdrew, and she felt that just as others repelled her, so did she repel Mrs. Moore. "Are you all right? You appeared all right when I left," said Ronnie, trying not to speak crossly. But he had instructed her to give the girl a pleasant welcome, and he could not but feel annoyed. "I am all right," she said heavily. "As a matter of fact, I have been looking at my return ticket. It is interchangeable, so I have a much larger choice of boats home than I thought." "We can go into that later, can't we?" "Ralph and Stella may be wanting to know when I arrive." "There's plenty of time for all such plans. How do you think our Adela looks?" "I am counting on you to help me through. It is such a blessing to be with you again. Everyone else is a stranger," said the girl rapidly. But Mrs. Moore showed no inclination to be helpful. A sort of resentment emanated from her. She seemed to say, "Am I to be bothered for ever?" Her Christian tenderness had gone, or had developed into a hardness, a just irritation against the human race. She had taken no interest at the arrest, asked scarcely any questions, and had refused to leave her bed on the awful last night of Mohurrim, when an attack was expected on the bungalow. "I know it's all nothing. I must be sensible. I do try," Adela continued, working again towards tears. "I shouldn't mind if it had happened anywhere else. At least, I really don't know where it did happen." Ronnie supposed that he understood what she meant. She could not identify or describe the particular cave, indeed almost refused to have her mind cleared up about it, and it was recognized that the defence would try to make capital out of this during the trial. He reassured her. The Malabar caves were notoriously like one another. Indeed, in the future they were to be numbered in sequence with white paint. "Yes, I mean that. At least, not exactly. But there is this echo that I keep on hearing." "Oh, what of the echo?" asked Mrs. Moore, paying attention for the first time. "I can't get rid of it." "I don't suppose you ever will." Ronnie had emphasized to his mother that Adela would arrive in a morbid state, yet she was being positively malicious. "Mrs. Moore, what is this echo?" "Don't you know?" "No. What is it? Oh, do say. I felt you would be able to explain it. This will comfort me so." "If you don't know, you don't know. I can't tell you." "I think you're rather unkind not to say." Say, said the old lady bitterly. As if anything can be said. I have spent my life in saying or in listening to sayings. I have listened too much. It is time I was left in peace. Not to die, she added sourly. No doubt you expect me to die. But when I have seen you and Ronnie married, and seen the other two, and whether they want to be married, I'll retire then into a cave of my own. She smiled, to bring down her remark into ordinary life, and thus added to its bitterness. Somewhere where no young people will come asking questions and expecting answers. Some shelf. Quite so, but meantime the trial is coming on, said her son hotly. And the notion of most of us is that we'd better pull together and help one another through, instead of being disagreeable. Are you going to talk like that in the witness box? Why should I be in the witness box? To confirm certain points in our evidence. I have nothing to do with your ludicrous law courts, she said angrily. I will not be dragged in at all. I won't have her dragged in either. I won't have any more trouble on my account, cried Adela, and again took the hand, which was again withdrawn. Her evidence is not the least essential. I thought she would want to give it. No one blames you, mother, but the fact remains that you dropped off at the first cave and encouraged Adela to go on with him alone, whereas if you'd been well enough to keep on too, nothing would have happened. He planned it, I know. Still, you fell into his trap, just like Fielding and Antony before you. Forgive me for speaking so plainly, but you've no right to take up this high and mighty attitude about law courts. If you're ill, that's different, but you say you're all right. You seem so, in which case I thought you'd want to take your part. I did really. I'll not have you worry her, whether she's well or ill, said Adela, leaving the sofa and taking his arm, then dropped it with a sigh and sat down again. But he was pleased she had rallied to him, and surveyed his mother patronizingly. He had never felt easy with her. She was by no means the dear old lady outsiders supposed, and India had brought her into the open. I shall attend your marriage, but not your trial, she informed them, tapping her knee. She had become very restless and rather ungraceful. Then I shall go to England. You can't go to England in May, as you agreed. I have changed my mind. Well, we'd better end this unexpected wrangle, said the young man, striding about. You appear to want to be left out of everything, and that's enough. My body, my miserable body, she sighed. Why isn't it strong? Oh, why can't I walk away and be gone? Why can't I finish my duties and be gone? Why do I get headaches and puff when I talk, and all the time this to do and that to do, and this to do in your way and that to do in her way, and everything sympathy and confusion, and bearing one another's burdens? Why can't this be done and that be done in my way, and they be done and I at peace? Why has anything to be done I cannot see? Why all this marriage? The human race would have become a single person centuries ago, if marriage was any use. And all this rubbish about love in a church, love in a cave, as if there is the least difference. And I held up from my business over such trifles. What do you want? He said, exasperated. Can you state it in simple language? If so, do. I want my pack of patience cards. Very well, get them. He found, as he expected, that the poor girl was crying, and, as always, an Indian close outside the window, a Mali in this case, picking up sounds. Much upset, he sat silent for a moment, thinking over his mother and her senile intrusions. He wished he had never asked her to visit India, or become under any obligation to her. "Well, my dear girl, this isn't much of a home-coming," he said at last. "I had no idea she had this up her sleeve." Adela had stopped crying. An extraordinary expression was on her face, half relief, half horror. She repeated, "Aziz, Aziz." They all avoided mentioning that name. It had become synonymous with the power of evil. He was the prisoner, the person in question, the defence, and the sound of it now rang out like the first note of a new symphony. "Aziz, have I made a mistake?" "You're overtired," he cried, not much surprised. "Ronnie, he's innocent. I made an awful mistake." "Well, sit down, anyhow." He looked round the room, but only two sparrows were chasing one another. She obeyed and took hold of his hand. He stroked it, and she smiled, and gasped as if she had risen to the surface of the water, then touched her ear. "My echo's better." "That's good. You'll be perfectly well in a few days. But you must save yourself up for the trial. Das is a very good fellow. We shall all be with you." "But, Ronnie, dear Ronnie, perhaps there oughtn't to be any trial." "I don't quite know what you're saying, and I don't think you do." "If Dr. Aziz never did it, he ought to be let out." A shiver like impending death passed over Ronnie. He said hurriedly, "He was let out until the Mohurram riot, when he had to be put in again." To divert her, he told her the story, which was held to be amusing. Nur ed-Din had stolen the Nawab Bahadur's car and driven Aziz into a ditch in the dark. Both of them had fallen out, and Nur ed-Din had cut his face open. Their wailing had been drowned by the cries of the faithful, and it was quite a time before they were rescued by the police. Nur ed-Din was taken to the Minto hospital, Aziz restored to prison, with an additional charge against him of disturbing the peace. "Half a minute," he remarked when the anecdote was over, and went to the telephone to ask Calendar to look in as soon as he found it convenient, because she hadn't borne the journey well. When he returned she was in a nervous crisis, but it took a different form. She clung to him and sobbed. "Help me to do what I ought. Aziz is good. You heard your mother say so." "Heard what?" "He's good. I've been so wrong to accuse him." "Mother never said so." "Didn't she?" she asked, quite reasonable, open to every suggestion, anyway. "She never mentioned that name once." "But, Ronnie, I heard her." "Pure illusion. You can't be quite well, can you, to make up a thing like that?" "I suppose I can't. How amazing of me." "I was listening to all she said, as far as it could be listened to. She gets very incoherent." "When her voice dropped, she said it towards the end, when she talked about love. I couldn't follow, but just then she said Dr. Aziz never did it." "Those words?" "The idea more than the words." "Never, never, my dear girl. Complete illusion. His name was not mentioned by anyone. Look here, you are confusing this with Fielding's letter." That's it," she cried, greatly relieved. "I knew I'd heard his name somewhere. I'm so grateful to you for clearing this up. It's the sort of mistake that worries me, and proves I'm neurotic." "So you won't go saying he's innocent again, will you? For every servant I've got is a spy." He went to the window. The Molly had gone, or rather had turned into two small children. Impossible they should know English, but he sent them packing. "They all hate us," he explained. "It'll be all right after the verdict, for I will say this for them, they do accept the accomplished fact." But at present they're pouring out money like water to catch us tripping, and a remark like yours is the very thing they look out for. It would enable them to say it was a put-up job on the part of us officials. You see what I mean?" Mrs. Moore came back with the same air of ill temper, and sat down with a flump by the card table. To clear the confusion up, Ronnie asked her point blank whether she had mentioned the prisoner. She could not understand the question, and the reason of it had to be explained. She replied, "I never said his name," and began to play Patience. "I thought you said Aziz is an innocent man, but it was in Mr. Fielding's letter." "Of course he is innocent," she answered indifferently. It was the first time she had expressed an opinion on the point. "You see, Ronnie, I was right," said the girl. "You were not right. She never said it." "But she thinks it." "Who cares what she thinks?" "Red 9 on black 10," from the card table. "She can think, and Fielding too, but there's such a thing as evidence, I suppose." "I know, but—" "Is it again my duty to talk?" asked Mrs. Moore, looking up. "Apparently, as you keep interrupting me." "Only if you have anything sensible to say." "Oh, how tedious, trivial!" And as when she had scoffed at love, 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 her mind seemed to move towards them from a great distance and out of darkness. "Oh, why is everything still my duty? When shall I be free from your fuss? Was he in the cave, and were you in the cave, and on, and unto us a son is born, unto us a child is given, and am I good, and is he bad, and are we saved, and ending everything with the echo—" "I don't hear it so much," said Adela, moving towards her. "You send it away. You do nothing but good. You are so good." "I am not good. No, bad." She spoke more calmly, and resumed her cards, saying, as she turned them up, "A bad old woman. Bad, bad, detestable. I used to be good with the children growing up. Also, I meet this young man in his mosque. I wanted him to be happy. Good, happy, small people. They do not exist. They were a dream. But I will not help you to torture him for what he never did. There are different ways of evil, and I prefer mine to yours." "Have you any evidence in the prisoner's favour?" said Ronnie in the tones of the just official. "If so, it is your bounden duty to go into the witness box for him instead of for us. No one will stop you." "One knows people's characters, as you call them," she retorted disdainfully, as if she really knew more than character, but could not impart it. "I have heard both English and Indians speak well of him, and I felt it isn't the sort of thing he would do." "Feeble, mother, feeble." "Most feeble." "And most inconsiderate to Adela." Adela said, "It would be so appalling if I was wrong. I should take my own life." He turned on her with, "What was I warning you just now? You know you're right, and the whole station knows it." "Yes, this is very, very awful. I'm as certain as ever he followed me. Only, wouldn't it be possible to withdraw the case? I dread the idea of giving evidence more and more, and you are all so good to women here, and you have so much more power than in England. Look at Miss Derrick's motor car. Oh, of course it's out of the question. I'm ashamed to have mentioned it. Please forgive me." "That's all right," he said inadequately. "Of course, I forgive you, as you call it. But the case has to come before a magistrate now. It really must. The machinery has started." "She has started the machinery. It will work to its end." Adela inclined towards tears in consequence of this unkind remark, and Ronnie picked up the list of steamship sailings with an excellent notion in his head. His mother ought to leave India at once. She was doing no good to herself or to anyone else there. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23. Lady Mellanby, wife to the Lieutenant Governor of the province, had been gratified by the appeal addressed to her by the ladies of Chandrapur. She could not do anything, besides she was sailing for England, but she desired to be informed if she could show sympathy in any other way. Mrs. Turton replied that Mr. Heathcliff's mother was trying to get a passage, but had delayed too long, and all the boats were full. Could Lady Mellanby use her influence? Not even Lady Mellanby could expand the dimensions of a P&O, but she was a very, very nice woman, and she actually wired offering the unknown and obscure old lady accommodation in her own reserved cabin. It was like a gift from heaven. Humble and grateful, Ronnie could not but reflect that there are compensations for every woe. His name was familiar at Government House, owing to poor Adela, and now Mrs. Moore would stamp it on Lady Mellanby's imagination as they journeyed across the Indian Ocean and up the Red Sea. He had a return of tenderness for his mother, as we do for our relatives when they receive conspicuous and unexpected honour. She was not negligible. She could still arrest the attention of a high official's wife. So Mrs. Moore had all she wished. She escaped the trial, the marriage, and the hot weather. She would return to England in comfort and distinction, and see her other children. At her son's suggestion, and by her own desire, she departed. But she accepted her good luck without enthusiasm. She had come to that state where the horror of the universe and its smallness are both visible at the same time. The twilight of the double vision in which so many elderly people are involved. If this world is not to our taste, well, at all events there is heaven, hell, annihilation, one or other of those large things, that huge scenic background of stars, fires, blue or black air. All heroic endeavour and all that is known as art assumes that there is such a background, just as all practical endeavour, when the world is to our taste, assumes that the world is all. But in the twilight of the double vision a spiritual muddledom is set up, for which no high-sounding words can be found. We can neither act nor refrain from action. We can neither ignore nor respect infinity. Mrs. Moore had always inclined to resignation. As soon as she landed in India, it seemed to her good. And when she saw the water flowing through the mosque tank, or the Ganges, or the moon caught in the shawl of night with all the other stars, it seemed a beautiful goal, and an easy one, to be one with the universe. So dignified and simple. But there was always some little duty to be performed first, some new card to be turned up from the diminishing pack and placed, and while she was pottering about, the Malabar struck its gong. What had spoken to her in that scoured-out cavity of granite? What dwelt in the first of the caves? Something very old and very small. Before time, it was before space also. Something snub-nosed, incapable of generosity, the undying worm itself. Since hearing its voice, she had not entertained one large thought. She was actually envious of Adela. All this fuss over a frightened girl. Nothing had happened. And if it had, she found herself thinking, with the cynicism of a withered priestess, if it had, there are worse evils than love. The unspeakable attempt presented itself to her as love. In a cave, in a church? Boom! It amounts to the same thing. Visions are supposed to entail profundity, but wait till you get one, dear reader. The abyss also may be petty, the serpent of eternity made of maggots. Her constant thought was, less attention should be paid to my future daughter-in-law, and more to me. There is no sorrow like my sorrow. Although when the attention was paid, she rejected it irritably. Her son couldn't escort her to Bombay, for the local situation continued acute, and all officials had to remain at their posts. Anthony couldn't come either, in case he never returned to give his evidence. So she travelled with no one who could remind her of the past. This was a relief. The heat had drawn back a little before its next advance, and the journey was not unpleasant. As she left Chandrapur, the moon, full again, shone over the Ganges and touched the shrinking channels into threads of silver, then veered and looked into her window. The swift and comfortable mail train slid with her through the night, and all the next day she was rushing through central India, through landscapes that were baked and bleached, but had not the hopeless melancholy of the plain. She watched the indestructible life of man and his changing faces, the houses he has built for himself and God, and they appeared to her not in terms of her own trouble, but as things to see. There was, for instance, a place called Asirga, which she passed at sunset and identified on a map. An enormous fortress among wooded hills. No one had ever mentioned Asirga to her, but it had huge and noble bastions, and to the right of them was a mosque. She forgot it. 10 minutes later, Asirga reappeared. The mosque was to the left of the bastions now. The train, in its descent through the Vindhyas, had described a semicircle round Asirga. What could she connect it with, except its own name? Nothing. She knew no one who lived there. But it had looked at her twice, and seemed to say, I do not vanish. She woke in the middle of the night with a start, for the train was falling over the western cliff. Moonlit pinnacles rushed up at her like the fringes of a sea. Then a brief episode of plain, the real sea, and the soupy dawn of Bombay. I have not seen the right places, she thought, as she saw embayed the platforms of the Victoria terminus, the end of the rails that had carried her over a continent, and could never carry her back. She would never visit Asirga, or other untouched places, neither Delhi nor Agra, nor the Rajputana cities, nor Kashmir, nor the obscurer marvels that had sometimes shone through men's speech, the bilingual rock of Girnar, the statue of Sri Belgola, the ruins of Mandu and Hampi, temples of Khajuraho, gardens of Shalimar. As she drove through the huge city which the West has built and abandoned with a gesture of despair, she longed to stop, though it was only Bombay, and disentangle the 100 Indias that passed each other in its streets. The feet of the horses moved her on, and presently the boat sailed, and thousands of coconut palms appeared all round the anchorage, and climbed the hills to wave her farewell. So you thought an echo was India. You took the Malabar caves as final, they laughed. What have we in common with them, or with Asirga? Goodbye. Then the steamer rounded Kolaba. The continent swung about, the cliff of the Ghats melted into the haze of a tropic sea. Lady Mellanby turned up and advised her not to stand in the heat. We are safely out of the frying pan, said Lady Mellanby. It will never do to fall into the fire. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24. Making sudden changes of gear, the heat accelerated its advance after Mrs. Moore's departure, until existence had to be endured and crime punished with the thermometer at 112. Electric fans hummed and spat, water splashed onto screens, ice clinked, and outside these defences, between a greyish sky and a yellowish earth, clouds of dust moved hesitatingly. In Europe, life retreats out of the cold, and exquisite fireside myths have resulted. Balder, Persephone. But here the retreat is from the source of life, the treacherous sun, and no poetry adorns it, because disillusionment cannot be beautiful. Men yearn for poetry, though they may not confess it. They desire that joy shall be graceful, and sorrow august, and infinity have a form, and India fails to accommodate them. The annual helter-skelter of April, when irritability and lust spread like a canker, is one of her comments on the orderly hopes of humanity. Fish manage better. Fish, as the tanks dry, wriggle into the mud and wait for the rains to uncake them. But men try to be harmonious all the year round, and the results are occasionally disastrous. The triumphant machine of civilization may suddenly hitch and be immobilized into a car of stone. And at such moments the destiny of the English seems to resemble their predecessors, who also entered the country with intent to refashion it, but were in the end worked into its pattern and covered with its dust. Adela, after years of intellectualism, had resumed her morning kneel to Christianity. There seemed no harm in it. It was the shortest and easiest cut to the unseen, and she could tack her troubles onto it. Just as the Hindu clerks asked Lakshmi for an increase in pay, so did she implore Jehovah for a favourable verdict. God, who saves the king, will surely support the police. Her deity returned a consoling reply, but the touch of her hands on her face started prickly heat, and she seemed to swallow and expectorate the same insipid clot of air that had weighed on her lungs all the night. Also, the voice of Mrs. Turton disturbed her. "Are you ready, young lady?" it pealed from the next room. "Half a minute," she murmured. The Turtons had received her after Mrs. Moore left. Their kindness was incredible. But it was her position, not her character, that moved them. She was the English girl who had had the terrible experience, and for whom too much could not be done. No one, except Ronnie, had any idea of what passed in her mind, and he only dimly, for where there is officialism, every human relationship suffers. In her sadness she said to him, "I bring you nothing but trouble. I was right on the Maidan. We had better just be friends." But he protested, for the more she suffered, the more highly he valued her. Did she love him? This question was somehow draggled up with the Marabar. It had been in her mind as she entered the fatal cave. Was she capable of loving anyone? "Miss Quested, Adela, what d'ye call yourself? It's 7:30. We ought to think of starting for that court when you feel inclined." "She's saying her prayers," came the collector's voice. "Sorry, my dear, take your time. Was your Chota Hazri all right?" "I can't eat. Might I have a little brandy?" she asked, deserting Jehovah. When it was brought, she shuddered and said she was ready to go. "Drink it up. Not a bad notion, a peg." "I don't think it'll really help me, Bora Sahib." "You sent brandy down to the court, didn't you, Mary?" "I should think I did. Champagne, too." "I'll thank you this evening. I'm all to pieces now," said the girl, forming each syllable carefully, as if her trouble would diminish if it were accurately defined. She was afraid of reticence, in case something that she herself did not perceive took shape beneath it. And she had rehearsed with Mr. Macbride, in an odd, mincing way, her terrible adventure in the cave, how the man had never actually touched her, but dragged her about, and so on. Her aim this morning was to announce, meticulously, that the strain was appalling, and she would probably break down under Mr. Umrichow's cross-examination and disgrace her friends. "My echo has come back again, badly," she told them. "How about aspirin?" "It's not a headache, it's an echo." Unable to dispel the buzzing in her ears, Major Calendar had diagnosed it as a fancy, which must not be encouraged. So the Turtons changed the subject. The cool little lick of the breeze was passing over the earth, dividing night from day. It would fail in 10 minutes, but they might profit by it for their drive down into the city. "I'm sure to break down," she repeated. "You won't," said the collector, his voice full of tenderness. "Of course she won't. She's a real sport." "But, Mrs. Turton—" "Yes, my dear child?" "If I do break down, it is of no consequence. It would matter in some trials, not in this. I put it to myself in the following way. I can really behave as I like, cry, be absurd. I'm sure to get my verdict, unless Mr. Das is most frightfully unjust." "You're bound to win," he said calmly, and did not remind her that there was bound to be an appeal. The Nawab Bahadur had financed the defence, and would ruin himself sooner than let an innocent Moslem perish, and other interests, less reputable, were in the background too. The case might go up from court to court, with consequences that no official could foresee. Under his very eyes the temper of Chandrapur was altering. As his car turned out of the compound, there was a tap of silly anger on its paint, a pebble thrown by a child. Some larger stones were dropped near the mosque. In the Maidan a squad of native police on motorcycles waited to escort them through the bazaars. The collector was irritated, and muttered, "Macbride's an old woman." But Mrs. Turton said, "Really, after Muharram, a show of force will do no harm. It's ridiculous to pretend they don't hate us. Do give up that farce." He replied in an odd, sad voice, "I don't hate them. I don't know why." And he didn't hate them, for if he did, he would have had to condemn his own career as a bad investment. He retained a contemptuous affection for the pawns he had moved about for so many years. They must be worth his pains. "After all, it's our women who make everything more difficult out here," was his inmost thought, as he caught sight of some obscenities upon a long blank wall. And beneath his chivalry to Miss Quested, resentment lurked, waiting its day. Perhaps there is a grain of resentment in all chivalry. Some students had gathered in front of the city magistrate's court, hysterical boys whom he would have faced if alone, but he told the driver to work round to the rear of the building. The students jeered, and Rafi, hiding behind a comrade that he might not be identified, called out the English were cowards. They gained Ronnie's private room, where a group of their own sort had collected. None were cowardly, all nervy, for queer reports kept coming in. The sweepers had just struck, and half the commodes of Chandrapur remained desolate in consequence. Only half. And sweepers from the district, who felt less strongly about the innocence of Dr. Aziz, would arrive in the afternoon, and break the strike. But why should the grotesque incident occur? And a number of Mohammedan ladies had sworn to take no food until the prisoner was acquitted. Their death would make little difference. Indeed, being invisible, they seemed dead already. Nevertheless, it was disquieting. A new spirit seemed abroad, a rearrangement which no one in the stern little band of whites could explain. There was a tendency to see Fielding at the back of it. The idea that he was weak and cranky had been dropped. They abused Fielding vigorously. He had been seen driving up with the two consuls, Amritrau and Mahmoud Ali. He encouraged the Boy Scout movement for seditious reasons. He received letters with foreign stamps on them, and was probably a Japanese spy. This morning's verdict would break the renegade, but he had done his country and the Empire incalculable disservice. While they denounced him, Miss Quested lay back with her hands on the arms of her chair and her eyes closed, reserving her strength. They noticed her after a time, and felt ashamed of making so much noise. "Can we do nothing for you?" Miss Derrick said. "I don't think so, Nancy, and I seem able to do nothing for myself. But you're strictly forbidden to talk like that. You're wonderful." "Yes, indeed," came the reverent chorus. "My old Doss is all right," said Ronnie, starting a new subject in low tones. "Not one of them's all right," contradicted Major Calendar. "Doss is, really." "You mean he's more frightened of acquitting than convicting, because if he acquits he'll lose his job," said Leslie, with a clever little laugh. Ronnie did mean that, but he cherished illusions about his own subordinates, following the finer traditions of his service here, and he liked to maintain that his old Doss really did possess moral courage of the public school brand. He pointed out that from one point of view it was good that an Indian was taking the case. Conviction was inevitable, so better let an Indian pronounce it. There would be less fuss in the long run. Interested in the argument, he let Adela become dim in his mind. "In fact, you disapprove of the appeal I forwarded to Lady Mellanby," said Mrs. Turton, with considerable heat. "Pray don't apologise, Mr. Heathcliff. I am accustomed to being in the wrong." "I didn't mean that." "All right, I said don't apologise." "Those swine are always on the look-out for a grievance," said Leslie, to propitiate her. "Swine! I should think so," the Major echoed. "And what's more, I'll tell you what's happened is a damn good thing, really, barring, of course, its application to present company. It'll make them squeal, and it's time they did squeal. I've put the fear of God into them at the hospital, anyhow. You should see the grandson of our so-called leading loyalist." He tittered brutally as he described poor Noureddin's present appearance. "His beauty's gone. 5 upper teeth, 2 lower, and a nostril. Old Pana Lal brought him to the looking-glass yesterday, and he blubbered. I laughed, I tell you, and so would you. That used to be one of these buck niggers, I thought. Now he's all septic. Damn him! Blast his soul! I believe he was unspeakably immoral. He subsided, nudged in the ribs, but added, "I wish I'd had the cutting up of my late assistant, too. Nothing's too bad for these people." "At last some sense is being talked," Mrs. Turton cried, much to her husband's discomfort. "That's what I say. I say there's not such a thing as cruelty after a thing like this." "Exactly. And remember it afterwards, you men. You're weak, weak, weak. Why, they ought to crawl from here to the caves on their hands and knees whenever an Englishwoman's in sight. They oughtn't to be spoken to. They ought to be spat at. They ought to be ground into the dust. We've been far too kind with our bridge parties and the rest." She paused. Profiting by her wrath, the heat had invaded. She subsided into a lemon squash, and continued between the sips to murmur, "Weak, weak," and the process was repeated. The issues Miss Quested had raised were so much more important than she was herself that people inevitably forgot her. Presently the case was called. Their chairs preceded them into the court, for it was important that they should look dignified, and when the Chuprassies had made all ready, they filed into the ramshackly room with a condescending air, as if it was a booth at a fair. The collector made a small official joke as he sat down, at which his entourage smiled, and the Indians, who could not hear what he said, felt that some new cruelty was afoot. Otherwise the sahibs would not chuckle. The court was crowded, and of course very hot, and the first person Adela noticed in it was the humblest of all who were present, a person who had no bearing officially upon the trial, the man who pulled the punkah. Almost naked and splendidly formed, he sat on a raised platform near the back, in the middle of the central gangway, and he caught her attention as she came in, and he seemed to control the proceedings. He had the strength and beauty that sometimes come to flower in Indians of low birth, when that strange race nears the dust and is condemned as untouchable. Then nature remembers the physical perfection that she accomplished elsewhere, and throws out a god, not many, but one here and there, to prove to society how little its categories impress her. This man would have been notable anywhere. Among the thin-hammed, flat-chested mediocrities of Chandrapur, he stood out as divine. Yet he was of the city. Its garbage had nourished him. He would end on its rubbish heaps. Pulling the rope towards him, relaxing it rhythmically, sending swirls of air over others, receiving none himself, he seemed apart from human destinies, a male fate, a winnower of souls. Opposite him, also on a platform, sat the little assistant magistrate, cultivated, self-conscious, and conscientious. The punkah wallah was none of these things. He scarcely knew that he existed, and did not understand why the court was fuller than usual. Indeed, he did not know that it was fuller than usual, didn't even know he worked a fan, though he thought he pulled a rope. Something in his aloofness impressed the girl from middle-class England, and rebuked the narrowness of her sufferings. In virtue of what had she collected this roomful of people together? Her particular brand of opinions, and the suburban Jehovah who sanctified them, by what right did they claim so much importance in the world, and assume the title of civilization? Mrs. Moore. She looked round, but Mrs. Moore was far away on the sea. It was the kind of question they might have discussed on the voyage out, before the old lady had turned disagreeable and queer. While thinking of Mrs. Moore, she heard sounds which gradually grew more distinct. The epoch-making trial had started, and the superintendent of police was opening the case for the prosecution. Mr. Macbride was not at pains to be an interesting speaker. He left eloquence to the defence, who would require it. His attitude was, "Every one knows the man's guilty, and I am obliged to say so in public before he goes to the Andamans." He made no moral or emotional appeal. and it was only by degrees that the studied negligence of his manner made itself felt, and lashed part of the audience to fury. Laboriously did he describe the genesis of the picnic. The prisoner had met Miss Quested at an entertainment given by the principal of Government College, and had there conceived his intentions concerning her. Prisoner was a man of loose life, as documents found upon him at his arrest would testify. Also, his fellow assistant, Dr. Panalal, was in a position to throw light on his character, and Major Calendar himself would speak. Here Mr. McBride paused. He wanted to keep the proceedings as clean as possible, but Oriental pathology, his favourite theme, lay around him, and he could not resist it. Taking off his spectacles, as was his habit before enunciating a general truth, he looked into them sadly, and remarked that the darker races are physically attracted by the fairer, but not vice versa. Not a matter for bitterness, this, not a matter for abuse, but just a fact which any scientific observer will confirm. Even when the lady is so uglier than the gentleman? The comment fell from nowhere, from the ceiling, perhaps. It was the first interruption, and the magistrate felt bound to censure it. "Turn that man out," he said. One of the native policemen took hold of a man who had said nothing, and turned him out roughly. Mr. McBride resumed his spectacles and proceeded. But the comment had upset Miss Quested. Her body resented being called ugly, and trembled. "Do you feel faint, Adela?" asked Miss Derrick, who tended her with loving indignation. "I never feel anything else, Nancy. I shall get through, but it's awful, awful." This led to the first of a series of scenes. Her friends began to fuss around her, and the Major called out, "I must have better arrangements than this made for my patient. Why isn't she given a seat on the platform? She gets no air." Mr. Doss looked annoyed, and said, "I shall be happy to accommodate Miss Quested with a chair up here, in view of the peculiar circumstances of her health." The Chuprasis passed up not one chair, but several, and the entire party followed Adela to the platform, Mr. Fielding being the only European who remained in the body of the hall. "That's better," remarked Mrs. Turton, as she settled herself. "Thoroughly desirable change for several reasons," replied the Major. The magistrate knew that he ought to censure this remark, but did not dare to. Calendar saw that he was afraid, and called out authoritatively, "Right, McBride, go ahead now. Sorry to have interrupted you." "Are you all right yourselves?" asked the superintendent. "We shall do, we shall do." "Go on, Mr. Doss. We are not here to disturb you," said the collector patronizingly. Indeed, they had not so much disturbed the trial as taken charge of it. While the prosecution continued, Miss Quested examined the hall. Timidly at first, as though it would scorch her eyes, she observed to left and right of the punkah many a half-known face. Beneath her were gathered all the wreckage of her silly attempt to see India. The people she had met at the bridge party, the man and his wife who hadn't sent their carriage, the old man who would lend his car, various servants, villagers, officials, and the prisoner himself. There he sat, strong, neat little Indian with very black hair and pliant hands. She viewed him without special emotion. Since they last met, she had elevated him into a principle of evil, but now he seemed to be what he had always been, a slight acquaintance. He was negligible, devoid of significance, dry like a bone. And though he was guilty, no atmosphere of sin surrounded him. I suppose he is guilty. Can I possibly have made a mistake? She thought. For this question still occurred to her intellect, though since Mrs. Moore's departure it had ceased to trouble her conscience. Pleader Mahmoud Ali now arose, and asked with ponderous and ill-judged irony whether his client could be accommodated on the platform too. Even Indians felt unwell sometimes, though naturally Major Calendar did not think so, being in charge of a government hospital. "Another example of their exquisite sense of humour," sang Miss Derrick. Ronnie looked at Mr. Doss to see how he would handle the difficulty, and Mr. Doss became agitated, and snubbed Pleader Mahmoud Ali severely. "Excuse me." It was the turn of the eminent barrister from Calcutta. He was a fine-looking man, large and bony, with grey, closely cropped hair. "We object to the presence of so many European ladies and gentlemen upon the platform," he said in an Oxford voice. "They will have the effect of intimidating our witnesses. Their place is with the rest of the public, in the body of the hall. We have no objection to Miss Quested remaining on the platform, since she has been unwell. We shall extend every courtesy to her throughout, despite the scientific truths revealed to us by the District Superintendent of Police. But we do object to the others." "Oh, cut the cackle and let's have the verdict," the Major growled. The distinguished visitor gazed at the magistrate respectfully. "I agree to that," said Mr. Doss, hiding his face desperately in some papers. "It was only to Miss Quested that I gave permission to sit up here. Her friends should be so excessively kind as to climb down." "Well done, Doss, quite sound," said Ronnie, with devastating honesty. "Climb down, indeed! What incredible impertinence!" Mrs. Turton cried. "Do come quietly, Mary," murmured her husband. "Hi, my patient can't be left unattended. Do you object to the civil surgeon remaining, Mr. Umritrow?" "I should object. A platform confers authority." "Even when it's 1 foot high? So come along, all," said the collector, trying to laugh. "Thank you very much, sir," said Mr. Doss, greatly relieved. "Thank you, Mr. Heaslop. Thank you, ladies all." And the party, including Miss Quested, descended from its rash eminence. The news of their humiliation spread quickly, and people jeered outside. Their special chairs followed them. Mahmoud Ali, who was quite silly and useless with hatred, objected even to these. By whose authority had special chairs been introduced? Why had the Nawab Bahadur not been given one? Etc. People began to talk all over the room about chairs ordinary and special, strips of carpet, platforms 1 foot high. But the little excursion had a good effect on Miss Quested's nerves. She felt easier now that she had seen all the people who were in the room. It was like knowing the worst. She was sure now that she should come through all right, that is to say, without spiritual disgrace, and she passed the good news on to Ronnie and Mrs. Turton. They were too much agitated with the defeat to British prestige to be interested. From where she sat she could see the renegade Mr. Fielding. She had had a better view of him from the platform, and knew that an Indian child perched on his knee. He was watching the proceedings, watching her. When their eyes met, he turned his away, as if direct intercourse was of no interest to him. The magistrate was also happier. He had won the battle of the platform and gained confidence. Intelligent and impartial, he continued to listen to the evidence, and tried to forget that later on he should have to pronounce a verdict in accordance with it. The superintendent trundled steadily forward. He had expected these outbursts of insolence. They are the natural gestures of an inferior race, and he betrayed no hatred of Aziz, merely an abysmal contempt. The speech dealt at length with the prisoners' dupes, as they were called, Fielding, the servant Antony, the Nawab Bahadur. This aspect of the case had always seemed dubious to Miss Quested, and she had asked the police not to develop it. But they were playing for a heavy sentence, and wanted to prove that the assault was premeditated. And in order to illustrate the strategy, they had produced a plan of the Malabar Hills, showing the route that the party had taken, and the tank of the dagger where they had camped. The magistrate displayed interest in archaeology. An elevation of a specimen cave was produced. It was lettered Buddhist Cave. Not Buddhist, I think. Jain. In which cave is the offence alleged, the Buddhist or the Jain? Asked Mahmud Ali, with the air of unmasking a conspiracy. All the Malabar caves are Jain. Yes, sir. Then in which Jain cave? You will have an opportunity of putting such questions later. Mr. McBride smiled faintly at their fatuity. Indians invariably collapse over some such point as this. He knew that the defence had some wild hope of establishing an alibi, that they had tried, unsuccessfully, to identify the guide, and that Fielding and Hamidullah had gone out to the Kawa-Dul and paced and measured all one moonlit night. Mr. Leslie says they're Buddhist, and he ought to know if anyone does. But may I call attention to the shape? And he described what had occurred there. Then he spoke of Miss Derrick's arrival, of the scramble down the gully, of the return of the two ladies to Chandrapur, and of the document Miss Quested signed on her arrival, in which mention was made of the field-glasses. And then came the culminating evidence, the discovery of the field-glasses on the prisoner. I have nothing to add at present, he concluded, removing his spectacles. I will now call my witnesses. The facts will speak for themselves. The prisoner is one of those individuals who have led a double life. I dare say his degeneracy gained upon him gradually. He has been very cunning at concealing, as is usual with the type, and pretending to be a respectable member of society, getting a government position even. He is now entirely vicious, and beyond redemption, I am afraid. He behaved most cruelly, most brutally, to another of his guests, another English lady. In order to get rid of her and leave him free for his crime, he crushed her into a cave among his servants. However, that is by the way. But his last words brought on another storm, and suddenly a new name, Mrs. Moore, burst on the court like a whirlwind. Mahmud Ali had been enraged. His nerves snapped. He shrieked like a maniac, and asked whether his client was charged with murder as well as rape, and who was this second English lady. I don't propose to call her. You don't, because you can't. You have smuggled her out of the country. She is Mrs. Moore. She would have proved his innocence. She was on our side. She was poor Indian's friend. You could have called her yourself, cried the magistrate. Neither side called her. Neither must quote her as evidence. She was kept from us until too late. I learned too late. This is English justice. Here is your British Raj. Give us back Mrs. Moore for 5 minutes only, and she will save my friend. She will save the name of his sons. Don't rule her out, Mr. Das. Take back those words, as you yourself are a father. Tell me where they have put her. Oh, Mrs. Moore!" "If the point is of any interest, my mother should have reached Aden," said Ronnie dryly. He ought not to have intervened, but the onslaught had startled him. "Imprisoned by you there, because she knew the truth." He was almost out of his mind, and could be heard saying above the tumult, "I ruin my career, no matter. We are all to be ruined, one by one." "This is no way to defend your case," counselled the magistrate. "I am not defending a case, nor are you trying one. We are both of us slaves. Mr. Mahmoud Ali, I have already warned you, and unless you sit down I shall exercise my authority." "Do so. This trial is a farce. I am going." And he handed his papers to Amritrau and left, calling from the door histrionically, yet with intense passion, "Aziz, Aziz, farewell for ever." The tumult increased. The invocation of Mrs. Moore continued, and people who did not know what the syllables meant repeated them like a charm. They became Indianized into "es Miss es Moore." They were taken up in the street outside. In vain the magistrate threatened and expelled. Until the magic exhausted itself, he was powerless. "Unexpected," remarked Mr. Turton. Ronnie furnished the explanation. Before she sailed, his mother had taken to talk about the Marabar in her sleep, especially in the afternoon when servants were on the veranda, and her disjointed remarks on Aziz had doubtless been sold to Mahmoud Ali for a few annas. That kind of thing never ceases in the East. "I thought they'd try something of the sort. Ingenious." He looked into their wide open mouths. "They get just like over their religion," he added calmly. "Start and can't stop. I'm sorry for your old Das. He's not getting much of a show." "Mr. Heathcliff, how disgraceful, dragging in your mother," said Miss Derrick, bending forward. "It's just a trick, and they happened to pull it off. Now one sees why they had Mahmoud Ali, just to make a scene on the chance. It is his specialty." But he disliked it more than he showed. It was revolting to hear his mother travestied into "es Miss es Moore," a Hindu goddess. "Es Miss es Moore, es Miss es Moore, es Miss es Moore, es Miss es Moore." "Ronnie?" "Yes, old girl." "Isn't it all queer?" "I'm afraid it's very upsetting for you." "Not the least. I don't mind it." "Well, that's good." She had spoken more naturally and healthily than usual. Bending into the middle of her friends, she said, "Don't worry about me. I'm much better than I was. I don't feel the least faint. I shall be all right. And thank you all, thank you for your kindness." She had to shout her gratitude, for the chant "Es Miss es Moore" went on. Suddenly it stopped. It was as if the prayer had been heard and the relics exhibited. "I apologize for my colleague," said Mr. Amritrau, rather to everyone's surprise. "He is an intimate friend of our client, and his feelings have carried him away." "Mr. Mahmoud Ali will have to apologize in person," the magistrate said. "Exactly, sir, he must. But we had just learnt that Mrs. Moore had important evidence which she desired to give. She was hurried out of the country by her son before she could give it, and this unhinged Mr. Mahmoud Ali, coming as it does upon an attempt to intimidate our only other European witness, Mr. Fielding. Mr. Mahmoud Ali would have said nothing had not Mrs. Moore been claimed as a witness by the police. He sat down. An extraneous element is being introduced into the case, said the magistrate. I must repeat that as a witness Mrs. Moore does not exist. Neither you, Mr. Amritrau, nor Mr. Macbride, you have any right to surmise what the lady would have said. She is not here, and consequently she can say nothing. Well, I withdraw my reference, said the superintendent wearily. I would have done so 15 minutes ago if I had been given the chance. She is not of the least importance to me. I have already withdrawn it for the defence, he added with forensic humour. Perhaps you can persuade the gentleman outside to withdraw it too. For the refrain in the street continued. I am afraid my powers do not extend so far, said Das, smiling. So peace was restored, and when Adela came to give her evidence, the atmosphere was quieter than it had been since the beginning of the trial. Experts were not surprised. There is no stay in your native. He blazes up over a minor point, and has nothing left for the crisis. What he seeks is a grievance, and this he had found in the supposed abduction of an old lady. He would now be less aggrieved when Aziz was deported. But the crisis was still to come. Adela had always meant to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, and she had rehearsed this as a difficult task. Difficult because her disaster in the cave was connected, though by a thread, with another part of her life, her engagement to Ronnie. She had thought of love just before she went in, and had innocently asked Aziz what marriage was like, and she supposed that her question had roused evil in him. To recount this would have been incredibly painful. It was the one point she wanted to keep obscure. She was willing to give details that would have distressed other girls, but this story of her private failure she dared not allude to, and she dreaded being examined in public in case something came out. But as soon as she rose to reply and heard the sound of her own voice, she feared not even that. A new and unknown sensation protected her, like magnificent armour. She didn't think what had happened, or even remember in the ordinary way of memory, but she returned to the Marabar Hills and spoke from them across a sort of darkness to Mr. Macbride. The fatal day recurred in every detail, but now she was of it and not of it at the same time, and this double relation gave it indescribable splendour. Why had she thought the expedition dull? Now the sun rose again, the elephant waited, the pale masses of the rock flowed around her and presented the first cave. She entered, and a match was reflected in the polished walls. All beautiful and significant, though she had been blind to it at the time. Questions were asked, and to each she found the exact reply. Yes, she had noticed the tank of the dagger, but not known its name. Yes, Mrs. Moore had been tired after the first cave, and sat in the shadow of a great rock near the dried-up mud. Smoothly the voice in the distance proceeded, leading along the paths of truth, and the airs from the punkah behind her wafted on. The prisoner and the guide took you on to the Kawa Dole, no one else being present? The most wonderfully shaped of those hills, yes. As she spoke, she created the Kawa Dole, saw the niches upon the curve of the stone, and felt the heat strike her face. And something caused her to add, no one else was present to my knowledge. We appeared to be alone. Very well. There is a ledge half-way up the hill, or broken ground, rather, with caves scattered near the beginning of a nullah?" "I know where you mean." "You went alone into one of those caves?" "That is quite correct." "And the prisoner followed you?" "Now we've got him," from the Major. She was silent. The court, the place of question, awaited her reply. But she could not give it until Aziz entered the place of answer. "The prisoner followed you, didn't he?" he repeated, in the monotonous tones that they both used. They were employing agreed words throughout, so that this part of the proceedings held no surprise. "May I have a minute before I reply to that, Mr. Macbride?" "Certainly." Her vision was of several caves. She saw herself in one, and she was also outside it, watching its entrance, for Aziz to pass in. She failed to locate him. It was the doubt that had often visited her, but solid and attractive, like the hills. "I am not—" Speech was more difficult than vision. "I am not quite sure." "I beg your pardon," said the superintendent of police. "I cannot be sure." "I didn't catch that answer." He looked scared. His mouth shut with a snap. "You are on that landing, or whatever we term it, and you have entered a cave. I suggest to you that the prisoner followed you." She shook her head. "What do you mean, please?" "No," she said in a flat, unattractive voice. Slight noises began in various parts of the room, but no one yet understood what was occurring except Fielding. He saw that she was going to have a nervous breakdown, and that his friend was saved. "What is that? What are you saying? Speak up, please." The magistrate bent forward. "I'm afraid I have made a mistake." "What nature of mistake?" "Dr. Aziz never followed me into the cave." The superintendent slammed down his papers, then picked them up and said calmly, "Now, Miss Quested, let us go on. I will read you the words of the deposition which you signed 2 hours later in my bungalow." "Excuse me, Mr. Macbride, you cannot go on. I am speaking to the witness myself, and the public will be silent. If it continues to talk, I have the court cleared. Miss Quested, address your remarks to me, who am the magistrate in charge of the case, and realize their extreme gravity. Remember you speak on oath, Miss Quested." "Dr. Aziz never—" "I stop these proceedings on medical grounds," cried the Major, on a word from Turton, and all the English rose from their chairs at once, large white figures behind which the little magistrate was hid. The Indians rose too. Hundreds of things went on at once, so that afterwards each person gave a different account of the catastrophe. "You withdraw the charge? Answer me!" shrieked the representative of justice. Something that she did not understand took hold of the girl and pulled her through. Though the vision was over, she had returned to the insipidity of the world. She remembered what she had learnt. Atonement and confession, they could wait. It was in hard, prosaic tones that she said, "I withdraw everything." "Enough. Sit down. Mr. Macbride, do you wish to continue in the face of this?" The superintendent gazed at his witness as if she was a broken machine, and said, "Are you mad?" "Don't question her, sir. You have no longer the right." "Give me time to consider." "Sahib, you will have to withdraw. This becomes a scandal," boomed the Nawab Bahadur suddenly from the back of the court. "He shall not!" shouted Mrs. Turton against the gathering tumult. "Call the other witnesses. We are none of us safe." Ronnie tried to check her, and she gave him an irritable blow, then screamed insults at Adela. The superintendent moved to the support of his friends, saying nonchalantly to the magistrate, as he did so, "Right, I withdraw." Mr. Doss rose, nearly dead with the strain. He had controlled the case, just controlled it. He had shown that an Indian can preside. To those who could hear him, he said, "The prisoner is released, without one stain on his character. The question of costs will be decided elsewhere." And then the flimsy framework of the court broke up. The shouts of derision and rage culminated. People screamed and cursed, kissed one another, wept passionately. Here were the English, whom their servants protected. There Aziz fainted in Hamidullah's arms. Victory on this side, defeat on that. Complete for one moment was the antithesis. Then life returned to its complexities. Person after person struggled out of the room to their various purposes, and before long no one remained on the scene of the fantasy but the beautiful naked god. Unaware that anything unusual had occurred, he continued to pull the cord of his punkah, to gaze at the empty dais and the overturned special chairs, and rhythmically to agitate the clouds of descending dust. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25. Miss Quested had renounced her own people. Turning from them, she was drawn into a mass of Indians of the shopkeeping class, and carried by them towards the public exit of the court. The faint, indescribable smell of the bazaars invaded her, sweeter than a London slum, yet more disquieting. A tuft of scented cotton wool wedged in an old man's ear, fragments of pan between his black teeth, odorous powders, oils, the scented East of tradition, but blended with human sweat, as if a great king had been entangled in ignominy and could not free himself, or as if the heat of the sun had boiled and fried all the glories of the earth into a single mess. They paid no attention to her. They shook hands over her shoulder, shouted through her body, for when the Indian does ignore his rulers, he becomes genuinely unaware of their existence. Without part in the universe she had created, she was flung against Mr. Fielding. "What do you want here?" Knowing him for her enemy, she passed on into the sunlight without speaking. He called after her, "Where are you going, Miss Quested?" "I don't know." "You can't wander about like that. Where's your car you came in?" "I shall walk." "What madness! There's supposed to be a riot on. The police have struck. No one knows what'll happen next. Why don't you keep to your own people?" "Ought I to join them?" she said without emotion. She felt emptied, valueless. There was no more virtue in her. "You can't. It's too late. How are you to get round to the private entrance now? Come this way with me. Quick, I'll put you into my carriage." "Cyril, Cyril, don't leave me," called the shattered voice of Aziz. "I'm coming back. This way, don't argue." He gripped her arm. "Excuse manners, but I don't know anyone's position. Send my carriage back any time tomorrow, if you please." "But where am I to go in it?" "Where you like. How should I know your arrangements?" The Victoria was safe in a quiet side lane, but there were no horses, for the sais, not expecting the trial would end so abruptly, had led them away to visit a friend. She got into it obediently. The man could not leave her, for the confusion increased, and spots of it sounded fanatical. The main road through the bazaars was blocked, and the English were gaining the civil station by byways. They were caught like caterpillars, and could have been killed off easily. What have you been doing?" he cried suddenly. "Playing a game, studying life, or what?" "Sir, I intended these for you, sir," interrupted a student, running down the lane with a garland of jasmine on his arm. "I don't want the rubbish. Get out." "Sir, I am a horse. We shall be your horses," another cried, as he lifted the shafts of the Victoria into the air. "Fetch my sais, Rafi, there's a good chap." "No, sir, this is an honor for us." Fielding wearied of his students. The more they honored him, the less they obeyed. They lassoed him with jasmine and roses, scratched the splashboard against a wall, and recited a poem, the noise of which filled the lane with a crowd. "Hurry up, sir, we will put you in a procession." And, half affectionate, half impudent, they bundled him in. "I don't know whether this suits you, but anyhow you're safe," he remarked. The carriage jerked into the main bazaar, where it created some sensation. Miss Quested was so loathed in Chandrapore that her recantation was discredited, and the rumor ran that she had been stricken by the deity in the middle of her lies. But they cheered her when they saw her sitting by the heroic principal. Some addressed her as Mrs. Moore, and they garlanded her to match him. Half gods, half guys, with sausages of flowers round their necks, the pair were dragged in the wake of Aziz's victorious landau. In the applause that greeted them, some derision mingled. The English always stick together. That was the criticism, nor was it unjust. Fielding shared it himself, and knew that if some misunderstanding occurred, an attack was made on the girl by his allies, he would be obliged to die in her defense. He didn't want to die for her. He wanted to be rejoicing with Aziz. Where was the procession going? To friends, to enemies, to Aziz's bungalow, to the collector's bungalow, to the Minto Hospital, where the civil surgeon would eat dust, and the patients, confused with prisoners, be released, to Delhi, Simla. The students thought it was going to Government College. When they reached a turning, they twisted the Victoria to the right, ran it by side lanes down a hill through a garden gate into the mango plantation, and as far as Fielding and Miss Quested were concerned, all was peace and quiet. The trees were full of glossy foliage and slim green fruit. The tank slumbered, and beyond it rose the exquisite blue arches of the garden-house. "Sir, we fetch others, sir. It is a somewhat heavy load for our arms," were heard. Fielding took the refugee to his office and tried to telephone McBride, but this he could not do. The wires had been cut. All his servants had decamped. Once more he was unable to desert her. He assigned her a couple of rooms, provided her with ice and drinks and biscuits, advised her to lie down, and lay down himself. There was nothing else to do. He felt restless and thwarted as he listened to the retreating sounds of the procession, and his joy was rather spoilt by bewilderment. It was a victory, but such a queer one. At that moment Aziz was crying, "Cyril! Cyril!" crammed into a carriage with the Nawab Bahadur, Hamidullah, Mahmud Ali, his own little boys, and a heap of flowers, he was not content. He wanted to be surrounded by all who loved him. Victory gave no pleasure. He had suffered too much. From the moment of his arrest he was done for. He had dropped like a wounded animal. He had despaired, not through cowardice, but because he knew that an Englishwoman's word would always outweigh his own. "It is fate," he said, and "it is fate," when he was imprisoned anew after Muharram. All that existed in that terrible time was affection, and affection was all that he felt in the first painful moments of his freedom. "Why isn't Cyril following? Let us turn back." But the procession could not turn back. Like a snake in a drain, it advanced down the narrow bazaar towards the basin of the Maidan, where it would turn about itself and decide on its prey. "Forward, forward!" shrieked Mahmud Ali, whose every utterance had become a yell. "Down with the collector! Down with the superintendent of police!" "Mr. Mahmud Ali, this is not wise," implored the Nawab Bahadur. He knew that nothing was gained by attacking the English, who had fallen into their own pit and had better be left there. Moreover, he had great possessions and deprecated anarchy. "Cyril, again you desert!" cried Aziz. "Yet some orderly demonstration is necessary," said Hamidullah. "Otherwise they will still think we are afraid." "Down with the civil surgeon! Rescue Nureddin!" "Nureddin?" "They are torturing him." "Oh, my God!" For this, too, was a friend. "They are not. I will not have my grandson made an excuse for an attack on the hospital," the old man protested. "They are. Calendar boasted so before the trial. I heard through the tatties. He said, 'I have tortured that nigger.'" "Oh, my God, my God! He called him a nigger, did he?" "They put pepper instead of antiseptic on the wounds." "Mr. Mahmud Ali, impossible. A little roughness will not hurt the boy. He needs discipline." "Pepper! Civil surgeon said so. They hope to destroy us one by one. They shall fail." The new injury lashed the crowd to fury. It had been aimless hitherto, and had lacked a grievance. When they reached the Maidan and saw the sallow arcades of the Minto, they shambled towards it, howling. It was near midday. The earth and sky were insanely ugly. The spirit of evil again strode abroad. The Nawab Bahadur alone struggled against it, and told himself that the rumor must be untrue. He had seen his grandson in the ward only last week. But he, too, was carried forward over the new precipice, to rescue, to maltreat Major Calendar in revenge, and then was to come the turn of the civil station generally. But disaster was averted, and averted by Dr. Punalal. Dr. Punalal had offered to give evidence for the prosecution in the hope of pleasing the English, also because he hated Aziz. When the case broke down, he was in a very painful position. He saw the crash coming sooner than most people, slipped from the court before Mr. Das had finished, and drove Dapple off through the bazaars in flight from the wrath to come. In the hospital he should be safe, for Major Calendar would protect him. But the Major had not come, and now things were worse than ever, for here was a mob, entirely desirous of his blood, and the orderlies were mutinous and would not help him over the back wall, or rather hoisted him and let him drop back to the satisfaction of the patients. In agony he cried, "Man can but die the once." and waddled across the compound to meet the invasion, salaaming with one hand and holding up a pale yellow umbrella in the other. "Oh, forgive me," he whined as he approached the victorious landau. "Oh, Dr. Aziz, forgive the wicked lies I told." Aziz was silent. The others thickened their throats and threw up their chins in token of scorn. "I was afraid, I was mislaid," the suppliant continued. "I was mislaid, here, there, and everywhere, as regards your character. Oh, forgive the poor old Hakim who gave you milk when ill. Oh, Nawab Bahadur, whoever merciful, is it my poor little dispensary you require? Take every cursed bottle." Agitated but alert, he saw them smile at his indifferent English, and suddenly he started playing the buffoon, flung down his umbrella, trod through it, and struck himself upon the nose. He knew what he was doing, and so did they. There was nothing pathetic or eternal in the degradation of such a man. Of ignoble origin, Dr. Panalal possessed nothing that could be disgraced, and he wisely decided to make the other Indians feel like kings, because it would put them into better tempers. When he found they wanted Nur-ed-Din, he skipped like a goat, he scuttled like a hen to do their bidding. The hospital was saved, and to the end of his life he could not understand why he had not obtained promotion on the morning's work. "Promptness, sir, promptness, similar to you," was the argument he employed to Major Calendar when claiming it. When Nur-ed-Din emerged, his face all bandaged, there was a roar of relief, as though the Bastille had fallen. It was the crisis of the march, and the Nawab Bahadur managed to get the situation into hand. Embracing the young man publicly, he began a speech about justice, courage, liberty, and prudence, ranged under heads which cooled the passion of the crowds. He further announced that he should give up his British conferred title and live as a private gentleman, plain Mr. Zulfikar, for which reason he was instantly proceeding to his country seat. The landau turned, the crowd accompanied it, the crisis was over. The Marabar Caves had been a terrible strain on the local administration. They altered a good many lives and wrecked several careers, but they did not break up a continent or even dislocate a district. "We will have rejoicings tonight," the old man said. "Mr. Hamidullah, I depute you to bring out our friends Fielding and Amritrao, and to discover whether the latter will require special food. The others will keep with me. We shall not go out to Dilkusha until the cool of the evening, of course. I do not know the feelings of other gentlemen. For my own part, I have a slight headache, and I wish I had thought to ask our good Panalal for aspirin." For the heat was claiming its own. Unable to madden, it stupefied, and before long most of the Chandrapur combatants were asleep. Those in the civil station kept watch, fearing an attack, but presently they too entered the world of dreams, the world in which a third of each man's life is spent, and which is thought by some pessimists to be a premonition of eternity. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. Evening approached by the time Fielding and Miss Quested met and had the first of their numerous curious conversations. He had hoped, when he woke up, to find someone had fetched her away, but the college remained isolated from the rest of the universe. She asked whether she could have a sort of interview, and when he made no reply, said, "Have you any explanation of my extraordinary behavior?" "None," he said curtly. "Why make such a charge if you were going to withdraw it?" "Why, indeed?" "I ought to feel grateful to you, I suppose, but—" "I don't expect gratitude. I only thought you might care to hear what I have to say." "Oh, well," he grumbled, feeling rather schoolboyish, "I don't think a discussion between us is desirable. To put it frankly, I belong to the other side in this ghastly affair." "Would it not interest you to hear my side?" "Not much." "I shouldn't tell you in confidence, of course, so you can hand on all my remarks to your side, for there is one great mercy that has come out of all today's misery. I have no longer any secrets. My echo has gone. I call the buzzing sound in my ears an echo. You see, I have been unwell ever since that expedition to the caves, possibly before it." The remark interested him rather. It was what he had sometimes suspected himself. "What kind of illness?" he inquired. She touched her head at the side, then shook it. "That was my first thought the day of the arrest. Hallucination." "Do you think that would be so?" she asked, with great humility. "What should have given me an hallucination?" "One of three things certainly happened in the Malabar," he said, getting drawn into a discussion against his will. "One of four things. Either Aziz is guilty, which is what your friends think, or you invented the charge out of malice, which is what my friends think, or you have had an hallucination. I'm very much inclined," getting up and striding about, "now that you tell me that you felt unwell before the expedition, it's an important piece of evidence. I believe that you yourself broke the strap of the field glasses. You were alone in that cave the whole time." "Perhaps." "Can you remember when you first felt out of sorts?" "When I came to tea with you there in that garden house." "A somewhat unlucky party. Aziz and old Godbole were both ill after it, too." "I was not ill. It is far too vague to mention. It is all mixed up with my private affairs. I enjoyed the singing, but just about then a sort of sadness began that I couldn't detect at the time. No, nothing as solid as sadness. Living at half pressure expresses it best. Half pressure. I remember going on to polo with Mr. Heaslop at the Maidan. Various other things happened. It doesn't matter what, but I was under par for all of them. I was certainly in that state when I saw the caves. And you suggest— Nothing shocks or hurts me. You suggest that I had an hallucination there. The sort of thing, though in an awful form, that makes some women think they've had an offer of marriage when none was made." "You put it honestly, anyhow." "I was brought up to be honest. The trouble is, it gets me nowhere." Liking her better, he smiled and said, "It'll get us to heaven." "Will it?" "If heaven existed." "Do you not believe in heaven, Mr. Fielding, may I ask?" she said, looking at him shyly. "I do not. Yet I believe that honesty gets us there." "How can that be?" "Let us go back to hallucinations. I was watching you carefully through your evidence this morning, and if I'm right, the hallucination, what you call half pressure, quite as good a word, disappeared suddenly." She tried to remember what she had felt in court, but could not. The vision disappeared whenever she wished to interpret it. "Events presented themselves to me in their logical sequence," was what she said, but it hadn't been that at all. "My belief, and of course I was listening carefully, in hope you would make some slip, my belief is that poor Mr. McBride exorcised you. As soon as he asked you a straightforward question, you gave a straightforward answer, and broke down." "Exorcise in that sense? I thought you meant I'd seen a ghost." "I don't go to that length." "People whom I respect very much believe in ghosts," she said, rather sharply. "My friend Mrs. Moore does." "She's an old lady." "I think you need not be impolite to her as well as to her son." "I did not intend to be rude. I only meant it is difficult, as we get on in life, to resist the supernatural. I've felt it coming on me myself. I still jog on without it, but what a temptation, at 45, to pretend that the dead live again, one's own dead, no one else's matter." "Because the dead don't live again." "I fear not." "So do I." There was a moment's silence, such as often follows the triumph of rationalism. Then he apologized handsomely enough for his behaviour to Heaslop at the club. "What does Dr. Aziz say of me?" she asked, after another pause. He has not been capable of thought in his misery. Naturally he's very bitter," said Fielding, a little awkwardly, because such remarks as Aziz had made were not merely bitter, they were foul. The underlying notion was, "It disgraces me to have been mentioned in connection with such a hag." It enraged him that he had been accused by a woman who had no personal beauty. Sexually, he was a snob. This had puzzled and worried Fielding. Sensuality, as long as it is straightforward, did not repel him, but this derived sensuality, the sort that classes a mistress among motor cars if she is beautiful, and among eye-flies if she isn't, was alien to his own emotions, and he felt a barrier between himself and Aziz whenever it arose. It was, in a new form, the old trouble that eats the heart out of every civilization. Snobbery, the desire for possessions, creditable appendages. And it is to escape this, rather than the lusts of the flesh, that saints retreat into the Himalayas. To change the subject, he said, "But let me conclude my analysis. We are agreed that he is not a villain, and that you are not one, and we aren't really sure that it was an hallucination. There's a fourth possibility, which we must touch on. Was it somebody else?" "The guide." "Exactly, the guide. I often think so. Unluckily, Aziz hit him on the face, and he got a fright and disappeared. It is most unsatisfactory, and we hadn't the police to help us. The guide was of no interest to them." "Perhaps it was the guide," she said quietly. The question had lost interest for her suddenly. "Or could it have been one of that gang of Pathans who have been drifting through the district?" "Someone who was in another cave and followed me when the guide was looking away? Possibly." At that moment Hamidullah joined them, and seemed not too pleased to find them closeted together. Like everyone else in Chandrapur, he could make nothing of Miss Quested's conduct. He had overheard their last remark. "Hullo, my dear Fielding," he said. "So I run you down at last. Can you come out at once to Dilkusha?" "At once?" "I hope to leave in a moment. Don't let me interrupt." said Adela. "The telephone has been broken. Miss Quested can't ring up her friends," he explained. "A great deal has been broken, more than will ever be mended," said the other. "Still, there should be some way of transporting this lady back to the civil lines. The resources of civilization are numerous." He spoke without looking at Miss Quested, and he ignored the slight movement she made towards him with her hand. Fielding, who thought the meeting might as well be friendly, said, "Miss Quested has been explaining a little about her conduct of this morning." "Perhaps the age of miracles has returned. One must be prepared for everything, our philosophers say." "It must have seemed a miracle to the onlookers," said Adela, addressing him nervously. "The fact is that I realized before it was too late that I had made a mistake, and had just enough presence of mind to say so. That is all my extraordinary conduct amounts to." "All it amounts to, indeed," he retorted, quivering with rage, but keeping himself in hand, for he felt she might be setting another trap. "Speaking as a private individual, in a purely informal conversation, I admired your conduct, and I was delighted when our warm-hearted students garlanded you. But, like Mr. Fielding, I am surprised. Indeed, surprise is too weak a word. I see you drag my best friend into the dirt, damage his health, and ruin his prospects in a way you cannot conceive, owing to your ignorance of our society and religion, and then suddenly you get up in the witness-box. Oh, no, Mr. Macbride, after all, I am not quite sure. You may as well let him go. Am I mad, I keep asking myself? Is it a dream? And if so, when did it start? And without doubt it is a dream that has not yet finished, for I gather you have not done with us yet, and it is now the turn of the old guide who conducted you round the caves." "Not at all. We were only discussing possibilities," interposed Fielding. "An interesting pastime, but a lengthy one. There are 170 million Indians in this notable peninsula, and of course one or other of them entered the cave. Of course some Indian is the culprit, we must never doubt that. And since, my dear Fielding, these possibilities will take you some time—" Here he put his arm over the Englishman's shoulder and swayed him to and fro gently. "Don't you think you had better come out to the Nawab Bahadur's? Or, I should say, to Mr. Zulfikar's, for that is the name he now requires us to call him by." "Gladly, in a minute." "I have just settled my movements," said Miss Quested. "I shall go to the Dak bungalow." "Not to the Turtons?" said Hamidullah, goggle-eyed. "I thought you were their guest." The Dak bungalow of Chandrapur was below the average, and certainly servantless. Fielding, though he continued to sway with Hamidullah, was thinking on independent lines, and said in a moment, "I have a better idea than that, Miss Quested. You must stop here at the college. I shall be away at least 2 days, and you can have the place entirely to yourself, and make your plans at your convenience." "I don't agree at all," said Hamidullah, with every symptom of dismay. "The idea is a thoroughly bad one. There may quite well be another demonstration tonight, and suppose an attack is made on the college. You would be held responsible for this lady's safety, my dear fellow." "They might equally attack the Dak bungalow." "Exactly, but the responsibility there ceases to be yours." "Quite so. I have given trouble enough." "Do you hear? The lady admits it herself." It's not an attack from our people, I fear. You should see their orderly conduct at the hospital. What we must guard against is an attack secretly arranged by the police for the purpose of discrediting you. McBride keeps plenty of roughs for this purpose, and this would be the very opportunity for him." "Never mind. She is not going to the Dock bungalow," said Fielding. He had a natural sympathy for the downtrodden. That was partly why he rallied from Aziz, and had become determined not to leave the poor girl in the lurch. Also, he had a newborn respect for her, consequent on their talk. Although her hard, schoolmistressy manner remained, she was no longer examining life, but being examined by it. She had become a real person. "Then where is she to go? We shall never have done with her." For Miss Quested had not appealed to Hamidullah. If she had shown emotion in court, broke down, beat her breast, and invoked the name of God, she would have summoned forth his imagination and generosity. He had plenty of both. But while relieving the Oriental mind, she had chilled it, with the result that he could scarcely believe she was sincere, and indeed, from his standpoint, she was not, for her behaviour rested on cold justice and honesty. She had felt, while she recanted, no passion of love for those whom she had wronged. Truth is not truth in that exacting land unless there go with it kindness, and more kindness, and kindness again. Unless the word that was with God also is God. And the girl's sacrifice, so creditable according to Western notions, was rightly rejected, because, though it came from her heart, it did not include her heart. A few garlands from students was all that India ever gave her in return. "But where is she to have her dinner? Where is she to sleep?" "I say here, here. And if she is hit on the head by roughs, she is hit on the head. That is my contribution. Well, Miss Quested?" "You are very kind. I should have said yes, I think, but I agree with Mr. Hamidullah. I must give no more trouble to you. I believe my best plan is to return to the Turtons and see if they will allow me to sleep, and if they turn me away I must go to the Duck. The collector would take me in, I know, but Mrs. Turton said this morning that she would never see me again." She spoke without bitterness, or, as Hamidullah thought, without proper pride. Her aim was to cause the minimum of annoyance. "Far better stop here than expose yourself to insults from that preposterous woman." "Do you find her preposterous? I used to. I don't now." "Well, here's our solution," said the barrister, who had terminated his slightly minatory caress and strolled to the window. "Here comes the city magistrate. He comes in a third-class bandgari for purposes of disguise. He comes unattended, but here comes the city magistrate." "At last," said Adela sharply, which caused Fielding to glance at her. "He comes, he comes, he comes. I cringe, I tremble." "Will you ask what he wants, Mr. Fielding?" "He wants you, of course." "He may not even know I'm here." "I'll see him first, if you prefer." When he had gone, Hamidullah said to her bitingly, Really, need you have exposed Mr. Fielding to this further discomfort? He is far too considerate." She made no reply, and there was complete silence between them until their host returned. "He has some news for you," he said. "You'll find him on the veranda. He prefers not to come in." "Does he tell me to come out to him?" "Whether he tells you or not, you will go, I think," said Hamidullah. She paused, then said, "Perfectly right," and then said a few words of thanks to the principal for his kindness to her. "Thank goodness that's over," he remarked, not escorting her to the veranda, for he held it unnecessary to see Ronnie again. "It was insulting of him not to come in. He couldn't very well, after my behaviour to him at the club. Heaslop doesn't come out badly. Besides, fate has treated him pretty roughly to-day. He has had a cable to the effect that his mother's dead. Poor old soul." "Oh, really, Mrs. Moore, I'm sorry," said Hamidullah rather indifferently. "She died at sea. The heat, I suppose?" "Presumably." "May is no month to allow an old lady to travel in." "Quite so. Heaslop ought never to have let her go, and he knows it. Shall we be off?" "Let us wait until the happy couple leave the compound clear. They really are intolerable, dawdling there. Ah, well, Fielding, you don't believe in Providence, I remember. I do. This is Heaslop's punishment for abducting our witness in order to stop us establishing our alibi." "You go rather too far there. The poor old lady's evidence could have had no value. Shout and shriek Mahmoud Ali as he will, she couldn't see through the Kawadol even if she had wanted to. Only Miss Quested could have saved him. She loved Aziz, he says, also India, and he loved her. Love is of no value in a witness, as a barrister ought to know. But I see this is about to be an Miss S. Moore legend at Chandrapur. My dear Hamidullah, I will not impede its growth." The other smiled and looked at his watch. They both regretted the death, but they were middle-aged men who had invested their emotions elsewhere, and outbursts of grief could not be expected from them over a slight acquaintance. It's only one's own dead who matter. If for a moment the sense of communion in sorrow came to them, it passed. How indeed is it possible for one human being to be sorry for all the sadness that meets him on the face of the earth, for the pain that is endured not only by men, but by animals and plants, and perhaps by the stones? The soul is tired in a moment, and in fear of losing the little she does understand, she retreats to the permanent lines which habit or chance have dictated, and suffers there. Fielding had met the dead woman only 2 or 3 times. Hamidullah had seen her in the distance once, and they were far more occupied with the coming gathering at Dilkusha, the victory dinner, for which they would be most victoriously late. They agreed not to tell Aziz about Mrs. Moore till the morrow, because he was fond of her, and the bad news might spoil his fun. "Oh, this is unbearable," muttered Hamidullah, for Miss Quested was back again. "Mr. Fielding, has Ronnie told you of this new misfortune?" He bowed. "Ah, me!" She sat down and seemed to stiffen into a monument. "Heaslop is waiting for you, I think." "I do so long to be alone. She was my best friend, far more to me than to him. I can't bear to be with Ronnie. I can't explain. Could you do me the very great kindness of letting me stop after all?" Hamidullah swore violently in the vernacular. "I should be pleased, but does Mr. Heaslop wish it?" "I didn't ask him. We are too much upset. It's so complex. Not like what unhappiness is supposed to be. Each of us ought to be alone and think. Do come and see Ronnie again." "I think he should come in this time," said Fielding, feeling that this much was due to his own dignity. "Do ask him to come in." She returned with him. He was half miserable, half arrogant, indeed a strange mix-up, and broke at once into uneven speech. I came to bring Miss Quested away, but her visit to the Turtons has ended, and there is no other arrangement so far. Mine are bachelor quarters now." Fielding stopped him courteously. "Say no more. Miss Quested stops here. I only wanted to be assured of your approval. Miss Quested, you had better send for your own servant, if he can be found, but I will leave orders with mine to do all they can for you. Also, I'll let the scouts know. They have guarded the college ever since it was closed, and may as well go on. I really think you'll be as safe here as anywhere. I shall be back Thursday." Meanwhile, Hamidullah, determined to spare the enemy no incidental pain, had said to Ronnie, "We hear, sir, that your mother has died. May we ask where the cable came from?" "Aden." "Ah, you were boasting she had reached Aden in court." "But she died on leaving Bombay," broke in Adela. "She was dead when they called her name this morning. She must have been buried at sea." Somehow this stopped Hamidullah, and he desisted from his brutality, which had shocked Fielding more than anyone else. He remained silent while the details of Miss Quested's occupation of the college were arranged, merely remarking to Ronnie, "It is clearly to be understood, sir, that neither Mr. Fielding nor any of us are responsible for this lady's safety at Government College?" To which Ronnie agreed. After that he watched the semi-chivalrous behavings of the three English with quiet amusement. He thought Fielding had been incredibly silly and weak, and he was amazed by the younger people's want of proper pride. When they were driving out to Dilkusha, hours late, he said to Amritrao, who accompanied them, "Mr. Amritrao, have you considered what sum Miss Quested ought to pay as compensation?" 20,000 rupees. No more was then said, but the remark horrified Fielding. He couldn't bear to think of the queer, honest girl losing her money, and possibly her young man too. She advanced into his consciousness suddenly, and, fatigued by the merciless and enormous day, he lost his usual sane view of human intercourse, and felt that we exist not in ourselves, but in terms of each other's minds, a notion for which logic offers no support, and which had attacked him only once before, the evening after the catastrophe, when from the veranda of the club he saw the fists and fingers of the Marabar swell until they included the whole night sky. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. "Aziz, are you awake?" "No, so let us have a talk. Let us dream plans for the future." "I'm useless at dreaming." "Good night, then, dear fellow." The victory banquet was over, and the revellers lay on the roof of plain Mr. Zulfikar's mansion, asleep or gazing through mosquito nets at the stars. Exactly above their heads hung the constellation of the Lion, the disk of Regulus, so large and bright that it resembled a tunnel, and when this fancy was accepted, all the other stars seemed tunnels too. "Are you content with our day's work, Cyril?" the voice on his left continued. "Are you?" "Except that I ate too much. How is stomach? How head? I say, Panalal and Calendar'll get the sack." "There'll be a general move at Chandrapur." "And you'll get promotion." "They can't well move me down, whatever their feelings." "In any case, we spend our holidays together, and visit Kashmir, possibly Persia, for I shall have plenty of money. paid to me on account of the injury sustained by my character," he explained with cynical calm, "while with me you shall never spend a single pie. This is what I have always wished, and as the result of my misfortunes it has come." "You have won a great victory," began Fielding. "I know, my dear chap, I know. Your voice need not become so solemn and anxious. I know what you are going to say next. Let Miss Quested off paying, so that the English may say, 'Here is a native who has actually behaved like a gentleman.' If it was not for his black face, we would almost allow him to join our club. The approval of your compatriots no longer interests me. I have become anti-British, and ought to have done so sooner. It would have saved me numerous misfortunes." "Including knowing me." "I say, shall we go and pour water onto Mohammed Latif's face? He is so funny when this is done to him asleep." The remark was not a question, but a full stop. Fielding accepted it as such, and there was a pause, pleasantly filled by a little wind which managed to brush the top of the house. The banquet, though not riotous, had been agreeable, and now the blessings of leisure, unknown to the West, which either works or idles, descended on the motley company. Civilization strays about like a ghost here, revisiting the ruins of empire, and is to be found not in great works of art or mighty deeds, but in the gestures well-bred Indians make when they sit or lie down. Fielding, who had dressed up in native costume, learnt from his excessive awkwardness in it that all his motions were makeshifts, whereas when the Nawab Bahadur stretched out his hand for food, or Nureddin applauded a song, something beautiful had been accomplished which needed no development. This restfulness of gesture, it is the peace that passeth understanding, after all. It is the social equivalent of yoga. When the whirring of action ceases, it becomes visible and reveals a civilization which the West can disturb but will never acquire. The hand stretches out forever. The lifted knee has the eternity, though not the sadness, of the grave. Aziz was full of civilization this evening, complete, dignified, rather hard, and it was with diffidence that the other said, "Yes, you certainly must let off Miss Quested easily. She must pay all your costs. That is only fair. But do not treat her like a conquered enemy." "Is she wealthy? I depute you to find out." "The sums mentioned at dinner, when you all got so excited, they would ruin her. They are perfectly preposterous. Look here." "I am looking, though it gets a bit dark. I see Cyril Fielding to be a very nice chap indeed, and my best friend, but in some ways a fool. You think that by letting Miss Quested off easily I shall make a better reputation for myself, and Indians generally. No, no, it will be put down to weakness, and the attempt to gain promotion officially. I have decided to have nothing more to do with British India, as a matter of fact. I shall seek service in some Moslem state, such as Hyderabad, Bhopal, where Englishmen cannot insult me any more. Don't counsel me otherwise." "In the course of a long talk with Miss Quested—" "I don't want to hear your long talks." "Be quiet. In the course of a long talk with Miss Quested, I have begun to understand her character. It's not an easy one, she being a prig, but she is perfectly genuine and very brave. When she saw she was wrong, she pulled herself up with a jerk and said so. I want you to realize what that means. all her friends around her, the entire British Raj pushing her forward. She stops, sending the whole thing to smithereens. In her place, I should have funked it. But she stopped, and almost did she become a national heroine. But my students ran us down a side street before the crowd caught flame. Do treat her considerately. She really mustn't get the worst of both worlds. I know what all these," he indicated the shrouded forms on the roof, "will want, but you mustn't listen to them. Be merciful. Act like one of your 6 Mogul emperors, or all the 6 rolled into one." "Not even Mogul emperors showed mercy until they received an apology." "She'll apologize, if that's the trouble," he cried, sitting up. "Look, I'll make you an offer. Dictate to me whatever form of words you like, and this time tomorrow I'll bring it back signed. This is not instead of any public apology she may make you in law. It's an addition. Dear Dr. Aziz, I wish you had come into the cave. I am an awful old hag, and it is my last chance. Will she sign that? Well, good night, good night. It's time to go to sleep after that." "Good night. I suppose it is." "Oh, I wish you wouldn't make that kind of remark," he continued after a pause. "It is the one thing in you I can't put up with." "I put up with all things in you, so what is to be done?" "Well, you hurt me by saying it. Good night." There was a silence. Then, dreamily, but with deep feeling, the voice said, "Cyril, I have had an idea which will satisfy your tender mind. I shall consult Mrs. Moore." Opening his eyes, and beholding those thousands of stars, he could not reply. They silenced him. "Her opinion will solve everything. I can trust her so absolutely. If she advises me to pardon this girl, I shall do so. She will counsel me nothing against my real and true honor, as you might." "Let us discuss that tomorrow morning." "Is it not strange? I keep on forgetting she has left India. During the shouting of her name in court, I fancied she was present. I had shut my eyes. I confused myself on purpose to deaden the pain. Now, this very instant, I forgot again. I shall be obliged to write. She is now far away, well on her way towards Ralph and Stella." "To whom?" "To those other children." "I have not heard of other children." "Just as I have 2 boys and a girl, so has Mrs. Moore. She told me in the mosque." "I knew her so slightly." "I have seen her but 3 times, but I know she is an Oriental." "You are so fantastic. Miss Quested, you won't treat her generously. Well, over Mrs. Moore there is this elaborate chivalry. Miss Quested, anyhow, behaved decently this morning, whereas the old lady never did anything for you at all, and it's pure conjecture that she would have come forward in your favor. It only rests on servants' gossip. Your emotions never seem in proportion to their objects, Aziz." "Is emotion a sack of potatoes? So much the pound to be measured out? Am I a machine? I shall be told I can use up my emotions by using them next." "I should have thought you could. It sounds common sense. You can't eat your cake and have it, even in the world of the spirit." "If you are right, there is no point in any friendship. It all comes down to give and take, or give and return, which is disgusting, and we had better all leap over this parapet and kill ourselves. Is anything wrong with you this evening that you grow so materialistic?" "Your unfairness is worse than my materialism." "I see. Anything further to complain of?" He was good-tempered and affectionate, but a little formidable. Imprisonment had made channels for his character which would never fluctuate as widely now as in the past. "Because it is far better you put all your difficulties before me if we are to be friends forever. You do not like Mrs. Moore, and are annoyed because I do. However, you will like her in time." When a person really dead is supposed to be alive, an unhealthiness infects the conversation. Fielding could not stand the tension any longer, and blurted out, "I'm sorry to say Mrs. Moore's dead." But Hamidullah, who had been listening to all their talk, and did not want the festive evening spoilt, cried from the adjoining bed, "Aziz, he is trying to pull your leg. Don't believe him, the villain." "I do not believe him," said Aziz. He was inured to practical jokes, even of this type. Fielding said no more. Facts are facts, and everyone would learn of Mrs. Moore's death in the morning. But it struck him that people are not really dead until they are felt to be dead. As long as there is some misunderstanding about them, they possess a sort of immortality. An experience of his own confirmed this. Many years ago he had lost a great friend, a woman, who believed in the Christian heaven, and assured him that after the changes and chances of this mortal life they would meet in it again. Fielding was a blank, frank atheist, but he respected every opinion his friend held. To do this is essential in friendship, and it seemed to him for a time that the dead awaited him. And when the illusion faded, it left behind it an emptiness that was almost guilt. "This really is the end," he thought, "and I gave her the final blow." He had tried to kill Mrs. Moore this evening on the roof of the Nawab Bahadur's house, but she still eluded him, and the atmosphere remained tranquil. Presently the moon rose, the exhausted crescent that precedes the sun, and shortly after men and oxen began their interminable labor, and the gracious interlude, which he had tried to curtail, came to its natural conclusion. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Dead she was, committed to the deep while still on the southward track, for the boats from Bombay cannot point towards Europe until Arabia has been rounded. She was further in the tropics than ever achieved while on shore, when the sun touched her for the last time, and her body was lowered into yet another India, the Indian Ocean. She left behind her sore discomfort, for a death gives a ship a bad name. Who was this Mrs. Moore? When Aden was reached, Lady Mellanby cabled, wrote, did all that was kind, but the wife of a lieutenant governor does not bargain for such an experience, and she repeated, "I had only seen the poor creature for a few hours when she was taken ill. Really, this has been needlessly distressing. It spoils one's homecoming." A ghost followed the ship up the Red Sea, but failed to enter the Mediterranean. Somewhere about Suez there is always a social change. The arrangements of Asia weaken, and those of Europe begin to be felt, and during the transition Mrs. Moore was shaken off. At Port Said the grey, blustery north began. The weather was so cold and bracing that the passengers felt it must have broken in the land they had left, but it became hotter steadily there, in accordance with its usual law. The death took subtler and more lasting shapes in Chandrapur. A legend sprang up that an Englishman had killed his mother for trying to save an Indian's life, and there was just enough truth in this to cause annoyance to the authorities. Sometimes it was a cow that had been killed, or a crocodile with the tusks of a boar had crawled out of the Ganges. Nonsense of this type is more difficult to combat than a solid lie. It hides in rubbish heaps, and moves when no one is looking. At one period, 2 distinct tombs containing Miss Moore's remains were reported, one by the tannery, the other up near the goods station. Mr. McBride visited them both and saw signs of the beginning of a cult, earthenware saucers, and so on. Being an experienced official, he did nothing to irritate it, and after a week or so the rash died down. "There's propaganda behind all this," he said, forgetting that 100 years ago, when Europeans still made their home in the countryside and appealed to its imagination, they occasionally became local demons after death. Not a whole god, perhaps, but part of one, adding an epithet or gesture to what already existed, just as the gods contribute to the great gods, and they to the philosophic Brahm. Ronnie reminded himself that his mother had left India at her own wish, but his conscience was not clear. He had behaved badly to her, and he had either to repent, which involved a mental overturn, or to persist in unkindness towards her. He chose the latter course. How tiresome she had been with her patronage of Aziz! What a bad influence upon Adela! And now she still gave trouble with ridiculous tombs, mixing herself up with natives. She could not help it, of course, but she had attempted similar exasperating expeditions in her lifetime, and he reckoned it against her. The young man had much to worry him: the heat, the local tension, the approaching visit of the lieutenant governor, the problems of Adela, and threading them all together into a grotesque garland were these Indianizations of Mrs. Moore. What does happen to one's mother when she dies? Presumably she goes to heaven. Anyhow, she clears out. Ronnie's religion was of the sterilized public school brand, which never goes bad, even in the tropics. Whenever he entered mosque, cave, or temple, he retained the spiritual outlook of the fifth form, and condemned as weakening any attempt to understand them. Pulling himself together, he dismissed the matter from his mind. In due time, he and his half-brother and sister would put up a tablet to her in the Northamptonshire church where she had worshipped, recording the dates of her birth and death, and the fact that she had been buried at sea. This would be sufficient. And Adela, she would have to depart too. He hoped she would have made the suggestion herself ere now. He really could not marry her. It would mean the end of his career. Poor lamentable Adela. She remained at Government College, by Fielding's courtesy. Unsuitable and humiliating, but no one would receive her at the civil station. He postponed all private talk until the award against her was decided. Aziz was suing her for damages in the sub-judge's court. Then he would ask her to release him. She had killed his love, and it had never been very robust. They would never have achieved betrothal but for the accident to the Nawab Bahadur's car. She belonged to the callow academic period of his life, which he had outgrown. Grasmere, serious talks and walks, that sort of thing. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. The visit of the lieutenant governor of the province formed the next stage in the decomposition of the Malabar. Sir Gilbert, though not an enlightened man, held enlightened opinions. Exempted by a long career in the Secretariat from personal contact with the peoples of India, he was able to speak of them urbanely, and to deplore racial prejudice. He applauded the outcome of the trial, and congratulated Fielding on having taken the broad, the sensible, the only possible charitable view from the first. Speaking confidentially, he proceeded. Fielding deprecated confidences, but Sir Gilbert insisted on imparting them. The affair had been mishandled by certain of our friends up the hill, who did not realize that the hands of the clock move forward, not back, etc., etc. One thing he could guarantee: the principal would receive a most cordial invitation to rejoin the club, and he begged, nay, commanded him to accept. He returned to his Himalayan altitudes well satisfied. The amount of money Miss Quested would have to pay, the precise nature of what had happened in the caves, these were local details, and did not concern him. Fielding found himself drawn more and more into Miss Quested's affairs. The college remained closed, and he ate and slept at Hamidullah's, so there was no reason she should not stop on if she wished. In her place, he would have cleared out, sooner than submit to Ronnie's half-hearted and distracted civilities. But she was waiting for the hourglass of her sojourn to run through. A house to live in, a garden to walk in during the brief moment of the cool, that was all she asked, and he was able to provide them. Disaster had shown her her limitations, and he realized now what a fine, loyal character she was. Her humility was touching. She never repined at getting the worst of both worlds. She regarded it as the due punishment of her stupidity. When he hinted to her that a personal apology to Aziz might be seemly, she said, sadly, "Of course. I ought to have thought of it myself. My instincts never help me. Why didn't I rush up to him after the trial? Yes, of course, I will write him an apology. But please, will you dictate it?" Between them they concocted a letter, sincere and full of moving phrases, but it was not moving as a letter. "Shall I write another?" she inquired. "Nothing matters if I can undo the harm I have caused. I can do this right and that right, but when the two are put together, they come wrong. That's the defect of my character. I have never realized it until now. I thought that if I was just and asked questions, I would come through every difficulty." He replied, "Our letter is a failure for a simple reason, which we had better face. You have no real affection for Aziz or Indians generally." She assented. "The first time I saw you, you were wanting to see India, not Indians, and it occurred to me, that won't take us far. Indians know whether they are liked or not. They cannot be fooled here. Justice never satisfies them, and that is why the British Empire rests on sand." Then she said, "Do I like anyone, though?" Presumably she liked Heathcliff, and he changed the subject, for this side of her life did not concern him. His Indian friends were, on the other hand, a bit above themselves. Victory, which would have made the English sanctimonious, made them aggressive. They wanted to develop an offensive, and tried to do so by discovering new grievances and wrongs, many of which had no existence. They suffered from the usual disillusion that attends warfare. The aims of battle and the fruits of conquest are never the same. The latter have their value, and only the saint rejects them, but their hint of immortality vanishes as soon as they are held in the hand. Although Sir Gilbert had been courteous, almost obsequious, the fabric he represented had in no wise bowed its head. British officialism remained as all-pervading and as unpleasant as the sun, and what was next to be done against it was not very obvious, even to Mahmud Ali. Loud talk and trivial lawlessness were attempted, and behind them continued a genuine but vague desire for education. "Mr. Fielding, we must all be educated promptly." Aziz was friendly and domineering. He wanted Fielding to give in to the East, as he called it, and live in a condition of affectionate dependence upon it. "You can trust me, Cyril?" No question of that, and Fielding had no roots among his own people. Yet he really couldn't become a sort of Mohammed Latif. When they argued about it, something racial intruded, not bitterly, but inevitably, like the colour of their skins, coffee colour versus pinko grey. And Aziz would conclude, "Can't you see that I'm grateful to you for your help, and want to reward you?" And the other would retort, "If you want to reward me, let Miss Quested off paying." The insensitiveness about Adela displeased him. It would, from every point of view, be right to treat her generously, and one day he had the notion of appealing to the memory of Mrs. Moore. Aziz had this high and fantastic estimate of Mrs. Moore. Her death had been a real grief to his warm heart. He wept like a child, and ordered his 3 children to weep also. There was no doubt that he respected and loved her. Fielding's first attempt was a failure. The reply was, "I see your trick. I want revenge on them. Why should I be insulted and suffer the contents of my pockets read and my wife's photograph taken to the police station? Also, I want the money to educate my little boys, as I explained to her." But he began to weaken, and Fielding was not ashamed to practice a little necromancy. Whenever the question of compensation came up, he introduced the dead woman's name. Just as other propagandists invented her a tomb, so did he raise a questionable image of her in the heart of Aziz, saying nothing that he believed to be untrue, but producing something that was probably far from the truth. Aziz yielded suddenly. He felt it was Mrs. Moore's wish that he should spare the woman who was about to marry her son, that it was the only honour he could pay her, and he renounced, with a passionate and beautiful outburst, the whole of the compensation money, claiming only costs. It was fine of him, and, as he foresaw, it won him no credit with the English. They still believed he was guilty. They believed it to the end of their careers, and retired Anglo-Indians in Tunbridge Wells or Cheltenham still murmur to each other, "That Marabar case which broke down because the poor girl couldn't face giving her evidence, that was another bad case." When the affair was thus officially ended, Ronnie, who was about to be transferred to another part of the province, approached Fielding with his usual constraint, and said, "I wish to thank you for the help you have given Miss Quested. She will not, of course, trespass on your hospitality further. She has, as a matter of fact, decided to return to England. I have just arranged about her passage for her. I understand she would like to see you." "I shall go round at once." On reaching the college, he found her in some upset. He learnt that the engagement had been broken by Ronnie. "Far wiser of him," she said pathetically. "I ought to have spoken myself, but I drifted on, wondering what would happen. I would willingly have gone on spoiling his life through inertia. One has nothing to do, one belongs nowhere, and becomes a public nuisance without realizing it." In order to reassure him, she added, "I speak only of India. I am not astray in England. I fit in there. No, don't think I shall do harm in England. When I am forced back there, I shall settle down to some career. I have sufficient money left to start myself, and heaps of friends of my own type. I shall be quite all right." Then, sighing, "But oh, the trouble I've brought on everyone here! I can never get over it. My carefulness as to whether we should marry or not, and in the end Ronnie and I parted and aren't even sorry. We ought never to have thought of marriage. Weren't you amazed when our engagement was originally announced?" "Not much. At my age one's seldom amazed," he said, smiling. "Marriage is too absurd in any case. It begins and continues for such very slight reasons. The social business props it up on one side, and the theological business on the other. But neither of them are marriage, are they? I've friends who can't remember why they married. No more can their wives. I suspect that it mostly happens haphazard, though afterwards various noble reasons are invented. About marriage I am cynical." "I am not. This false start has been all my own fault. I was bringing to Ronnie nothing that ought to be brought. That was why he rejected me, really. I entered that cave thinking, am I fond of him? I have not yet told you that, Mr. Fielding. I didn't feel justified. Tenderness, respect, personal intercourse, I tried to make them take the place of—" "I no longer want love," he said, supplying the word. "No more do I. My experiences have cured me. But I want others to want it." "But to go back to our first talk, for I suppose this is our last one, when you entered that cave, who did follow you, or did no one follow you? Can you now say? I don't like it left in the air." "Let us call it the guide," she said indifferently. "It will never be known. It's as if I ran my finger along that polished wall in the dark and cannot get further. I am up against something, and so are you. Mrs. Moore, she did know." "How could she have known what we don't?" "Telepathy, possibly." The pert, meagre word fell to the ground. Telepathy? What an explanation! Better withdraw it. And Adela did so. She was at the end of her spiritual tether, and so was he. Were there worlds beyond which they could never touch? Or did all that is possible enter their consciousness? They could not tell. They only realized that their outlook was more or less similar, and found in this a satisfaction. Perhaps life is a mystery, not a muddle. They could not tell. Perhaps the 100 Indias which fuss and squabble so tiresomely are one, and the universe they mirror is one. They had not the apparatus for judging. "Write to me when you get to England." "I shall, often. You have been excessively kind. Now that I'm going, I realize it. I wish I could do something for you in return, but I see you've all you want." "I think so," he replied after a pause. "I have never felt more happy and secure out here. I really do get on with Indians, and they do trust me. It's pleasant that I haven't had to resign my job. It's pleasant to be praised by the LG. Until the next earthquake, I remain as I am. Of course, this death has been troubling me. Aziz was so fond of her, too. But it has made me remember that we must all die. All these personal relations we try to live by are temporary. I used to feel death selected people. It is a notion one gets from novels, because some of the characters are usually left talking at the end. Now, death spares no one begins to be real. Don't let it become too real, or you'll die yourself. That is the objection to meditating upon death. We are subdued to what we work in. I have felt the same temptation, and had to sheer it off. I want to go on living a bit. So do I. A friendliness, as of dwarfs shaking hands, was in the air. Both man and woman were at the height of their powers, sensible, honest, even subtle. They spoke the same language, and held the same opinions, and the variety of age and sex did not divide them. Yet they were dissatisfied. When they agreed, "I want to go on living a bit," or "I don't believe in God," the words were followed by a curious backwash, as though the universe had displaced itself to fill up a tiny void, or as though they had seen their own gestures from an immense height, dwarfs talking, shaking hands, and assuring each other that they stood on the same footing of insight. They did not think they were wrong, because as soon as honest people think they are wrong, instability sets up. Not for them was an infinite goal behind the stars, and they never sought it. But wistfulness descended on them now, as on other occasions. The shadow of a dream fell over their clear-cut interests, and objects never seen again seemed messages from another world. "And I do like you so very much, if I may say so," he affirmed. "I'm glad, for I like you. Let's meet again." "We will, in England, if I ever take home leave." "But I suppose you're not likely to do that yet." "Quite a chance. I have a scheme on now, as a matter of fact." "Oh, that would be very nice." So it petered out. 10 days later, Adela went off, by the same route as her dead friend. The final beat up before the monsoon had come. The country was stricken and blurred. Its houses, trees, and fields were all modelled out of the same brown paste, and the sea at Bombay slid about like broth against the quay. Her last Indian adventure was with Anthony, who followed her onto the boat and tried to blackmail her. She had been Mr. Fielding's mistress, Anthony said. Perhaps Anthony was discontented with his tip. She rang the cabin bell and had him turned out. But his statement created rather a scandal, and people did not speak to her much during the first part of the voyage. Through the Indian Ocean and the Red Sea she was left to herself, and to the dregs of Chandrapore. With Egypt the atmosphere altered. The clean sands, heaped on each side of the canal, seemed to wipe off everything that was difficult and equivocal, and even Port Said looked pure and charming in the light of a rose-grey morning. She went on shore there with an American missionary. They walked out to the Lesseps statue. They drank the tonic air of the Levant. "To what duties, Miss Quested, are you returning in your country after your taste of the tropics?" the missionary asked. "Observe, I don't say to what do you turn, but to what do you return. Every life ought to contain both a turn and a return. This celebrated pioneer," he pointed to the statue, "will make my question clear. He turns to the east, he returns to the west. You can see it from the cute position of his hands, one of which holds a string of sausages." The missionary looked at her humorously, in order to cover the emptiness of his mind. He had no idea what he meant by turn and return, but he often used words in pairs for the sake of moral brightness. "I see," she replied. Suddenly, in the Mediterranean clarity, she had seen. Her first duty on returning to England was to look up those other children of Mrs. Moore's, Ralph and Stella. Then she would turn to her profession. Mrs. Moore had tended to keep the products of her two marriages apart, and Adela had not come across the younger branch so far. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. Another local consequence of the trial was a Hindu-Moslem entente. Loud protestations of amity were exchanged by prominent citizens, and there went with them a genuine desire for a good understanding. Aziz, when he was at the hospital one day, received a visitor from a rather sympathetic figure, Mr. Das. The magistrate sought two favours from him: a remedy for shingles, and a poem for his brother-in-law's new monthly magazine. He accorded both. "My dear Das, why, when you tried to send me to prison, should I try to send Mr. Bhattacharya a poem, eh? That is naturally entirely a joke. I will write him the best I can. But I thought your magazine was for Hindus." "It is not for Hindus, but Indians generally," he said timidly. "There is no such person in existence as the general Indian." "There was not, but there may be when you have written a poem. You are our hero. The whole city is behind you, irrespective of creed." "I know, but will it last?" "I fear not," said Das, who had much mental clearness. "And for that reason, if I may say so, do not introduce too many Persian expressions into the poem, and not too much about the bulbul." "Half a sec," said Aziz, biting his pencil. He was writing out a prescription. "Here you are. Is not this better than a poem?" "Happy the man who can compose both." "You are full of compliments to-day." "I know you bear me a grudge for trying that case," said the other, stretching out his hand impulsively. "You are so kind and friendly, but always I detect irony beneath your manner." "No, no, what nonsense!" protested Aziz. They shook hands in a half-embrace that typified the entente. Between people of distant climes there is always the possibility of romance, but the various branches of Indians know too much about each other to surmount the unknowable easily. The approach is prosaic. "Excellent," said Aziz, patting a stout shoulder, and thinking, "I wish they did not remind me of cow dung." Das thought, "Some Moslems are very violent." They smiled wistfully, each spying the thought in the other's heart, and Das, the more articulate, said, "Excuse my mistakes, realize my limitations. Life is not easy as we know it on earth." "Oh, well, about this poem, how did you hear I sometimes scribbled?" he asked, much pleased and a good deal moved, for literature had always been a solace to him, something that the ugliness of facts could not spoil. Professor Godbolet often mentioned it before his departure for Mao. How did he hear? He, too, was a poet. Do you not divine each other? Flattered by the invitation, he got to work that evening. The feel of the pen between his fingers generated bulbuls at once. His poem was again about the decay of Islam and the brevity of love, as sad and sweet as he could contrive, but not nourished by personal experience, and of no interest to these excellent Hindus. Feeling dissatisfied, he rushed to the other extreme, and wrote a satire which was too libellous to print. He could only express pathos or venom, though most of his life had no concern with either. He loved poetry. Science was merely an acquisition which he laid aside when unobserved, like his European dress, and this evening he longed to compose a new song which should be acclaimed by multitudes, and even sung in the fields. In what language shall it be written, and what shall it announce? He vowed to see more of Indians who were not Mohammedans, and never to look backward. It is the only healthy course. Of what help in this latitude and hour are the glories of Cordova and Samarkand? They have gone, and while we lament them, the English occupy Delhi and exclude us from East Africa. Islam itself, though true, throws cross-lights over the path to freedom. The song of the future must transcend creed. The poem for Mr. Bhattacharya never got written, but it had an effect. It led him towards the vague and bulky figure of a motherland. He was without natural affection for the land of his birth, but the Malabar hills drove him to it. Half closing his eyes, he attempted to love India. She must imitate Japan. Not until she is a nation will her sons be treated with respect. He grew harder and less approachable. The English, whom he had laughed at or ignored, persecuted him everywhere. They had even thrown nets over his dreams. "My great mistake has been taking our rulers as a joke," he said to Hamidullah next day, who replied with a sigh, "It is far the wisest way to take them, but not possible in the long run. Sooner or later a disaster such as yours occurs, and reveals their secret thoughts about our character. If God himself descended from heaven into their club and said you were innocent, they would disbelieve him. Now you see why Mahmud Ali and self waste so much time over intrigues, and associate with creatures like Ram Chand." "I cannot endure committees. I shall go right away." "Where to?" "Turton's and Burton's. All are the same." "But not in an Indian state." "I believe the politicals are obliged to have better manners. It amounts to no more." "I do want to get away from British India, even to a poor job. I think I could write poetry there. I wish I had lived in Babur's time, and fought and written for him. Gone, gone, and not even any use to say gone, gone, for it weakens us while we say it. We need a king, Hamidullah. It would make our lives easier. As it is, we must try to appreciate these quaint Hindus. My notion now is to try for some post as doctor in one of their states." "Oh, that is going much too far." "It is not going as far as Mr. Ramchand." "But the money, the money! They will never pay an adequate salary, those savage Rajas. I shall never be rich anywhere. It is outside my character. If you had been sensible and made Miss Quested pay, I chose not to. Discussion of the past is useless, he said, with sudden sharpness of tone. I have allowed her to keep her fortune and buy herself a husband in England, for which it will be very necessary. Don't mention the matter again. Very well, but your life must continue a poor man's. No holidays in Kashmir for you yet. You must stick to your profession and rise to a highly paid post, not retire to a jungle state and write poems. Educate your children. Read the latest scientific periodicals. Compel European doctors to respect you. Accept the consequences of your own actions like a man. Aziz winked at him slowly and said, We are not in the law courts. There are many ways of being a man. Mine is to express what is deepest in my heart. To such a remark there is certainly no reply, said Hamidullah, moved. Recovering himself and smiling, he said, Have you heard this naughty rumour that Mohammed Latif has got hold of? Which? When Miss Quested stopped in the college, Fielding used to visit her rather too late in the evening, the servants say. A pleasant change for her if he did, said Aziz, making a curious face. But you understand my meaning? The young man winked again and said, Just. Still, your meaning doesn't help me out of my difficulties. I am determined to leave Chandrapur. The problem is, for where? I am determined to write poetry. The problem is, about what? You give me no assistance. Then, surprising both Hamidullah and himself, he had an explosion of nerves. But who does give me assistance? No one is my friend. All are traitors, even my own children. I have had enough of friends. I was going to suggest we go behind the purdah, but your 3 treacherous children are there, so you will not want to. I'm sorry. It is ever since I was in prison. My temper is strange. Take me, forgive me. Noureddin's mother is visiting my wife now. That is all right, I think. They come before me separately, but not so far together. You had better prepare them for the united shock of my face. No, let us surprise them without warning. Far too much nonsense still goes on among our ladies. They pretended at the time of your trial they would give up purdah. Indeed, those of them who can write composed a document to that effect, and now it ends in humbug. You know how deeply they all respect Fielding, but not one of them has seen him. My wife says she will, but always when he calls there is some excuse. She is not feeling well. She is ashamed of the room. She has no nice sweets to offer him, only elephant's ears. And if I say elephant's ears are Mr. Fielding's favourite sweet, she replies that he will know how badly hers are made, so she cannot see him on their account. For 15 years, my dear boy, have I argued with my Begum. For 15 years, and never gained a point. Yet the missionaries inform us our women are downtrodden. If you want a subject for a poem, take this. The Indian lady as she is, and not as she is supposed to be. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. Aziz had no sense of evidence. The sequence of his emotions decided his beliefs. and led to the tragic coolness between himself and his English friend. They had conquered, but were not to be crowned. Fielding was away at a conference, and after the rumour about Miss Quested had been with him undisturbed for a few days, he assumed it was true. He had no objection on moral grounds to his friends amusing themselves, and Cyril, being middle-aged, could no longer expect the pick of the female market, and must take his amusement where he could find it. But he resented him making up to this particular woman, whom he still regarded as his enemy. Also, why had he not been told what is friendship without confidences? He himself had told things sometimes regarded as shocking, and the Englishman had listened, tolerant, but surrendering nothing in return. He met Fielding at the railway station on his return, agreed to dine with him, and then started taxing him by the oblique method, outwardly merry. An avowed European scandal there was, Mr. Macbride and Miss Derrick. Miss Derrick's faithful attachment to Chandrapur was now explained. Mr. Macbride had been caught in her room, and his wife was divorcing him. That pure-minded fellow! However, he will blame the Indian climate. Everything is our fault, really. Now, have I not discovered an important piece of news for you, Cyril? Not very, said Fielding, who took little interest in distant sins. Listen to mine. Aziz's face lit up. At the conference it was settled. This evening will do for schoolmastery. I should go straight to the Minto now. The cholera looks bad. We begin to have local cases as well as imported. In fact, the whole of life is somewhat sad. The new civil surgeon is the same as the last, but does not yet dare to be. That is all any administrative change amounts to. All my suffering has won nothing for us. But look here, Cyril, while I remember it, there's gossip about you as well as Mr. Macbride. They say that you and Miss Quested became also rather too intimate friends. To speak perfectly frankly, they say you and she have been guilty of impropriety. They would say that. It's all over town, and may injure your reputation. You know, everyone is by no means your supporter. I have tried all I could to silence such a story. Don't bother. Miss Quested has cleared out at last. It is those who stop in the country, not those who leave it, whom such a story injures. Imagine my dismay and anxiety. I could scarcely get a wink of sleep. First my name was coupled with her, and now it is yours. Don't use such exaggerated phrases. As what? As dismay and anxiety? Have I not lived all my life in India? Do I not know what produces a bad impression here? His voice shot up rather crossly. Yes, but the scale. You always get the scale wrong, my dear fellow. A pity there is a rumour, but such a very small pity. So small that we may as well talk of something else. You mind for Miss Quested's sake, though, I can see from your face. As far as I do mind, I travel light. Cyril, that boastfulness about travelling light will be your ruin. It is raising up enemies against you on all sides, and makes me feel excessively uneasy. What enemies? Since Aziz had only himself in mind, he could not reply. Feeling a fool, he became angrier. I have given you list after list of the people who cannot be trusted in this city. In your position I should have the sense to know I was surrounded by enemies. You observe I speak in a low voice. It is because I see your Sais is new. How do I know he's not a spy? He lowered his voice. Every third servant is a spy. Now, what is the matter? He asked, smiling. Do you contradict my last remark? It simply doesn't affect me. Spies are as thick as mosquitoes, but it's years before I shall meet the one that kills me. You've something else in your mind. I've not. Don't be ridiculous. You have. You're cross with me about something or other. Any direct attack threw him out of action. Presently he said, So you and Mademoiselle Adela used to amuse one another in the evening. Naughty boy. Those drab and high-minded talks had scarcely made for dalliance. Fielding was so startled at the story being taken seriously, and so disliked being called a naughty boy, that he lost his head, and cried, You little rotter! Well, I'm damned! Amusement, indeed! Is it likely at such a time? Oh, I beg your pardon, I'm sure. The licentious Oriental imagination was at work, he replied, speaking gaily, but cut to the heart. For hours after his mistake he bled inwardly. You see, Aziz, the circumstances. Also, the girl was still engaged to Isla. Also, I've never felt... Yes, but you didn't contradict what I said, so I thought it was true. Oh dear, east and west. Most misleading. Will you please put your little rotter down at his hospital? You're not offended? Most certainly I am not. If you are, this must be cleared up later on. It has been, he answered, dignified. I believe absolutely what you say, and of that there need be no further question. But the way I said it must be cleared up. I was unintentionally rude. Unreserved regrets. The fault is entirely mine. Tangles like this still interrupted their intercourse. A pause in the wrong place, an intonation misunderstood, and a whole conversation went awry. Fielding had been startled, not shocked. But how convey the difference? There is always trouble when two people do not think of sex at the same moment, always mutual resentment and surprise, even when the two people are of the same race. He began to recapitulate his feelings about Miss Quested. Aziz cut him short with, But I believe you, I believe. Mohammed Latif shall be severely punished for inventing this. Oh, leave it alone. Like all gossip, it's merely one of those half-alive things that try to crowd out real life. Take no notice, it'll vanish, like poor old Mrs. Moore's tombs. Mohammed Latif has taken to intriguing. We are already much displeased with him. Will it satisfy you if we send him back to his family without a present? We'll discuss M.L. at dinner. His eyes went clotted and hard. Dinner? That is most unlucky. I forgot. I have promised to dine with Das. Bring Das to me. He will have invited other friends. You are coming to dinner with me as arranged, said Fielding, looking away. I don't stand this. You are coming to dinner with me. You come. They had reached the hospital now. Fielding continued round the Maidan alone. He was annoyed with himself, but counted on dinner to pull things straight. At the post office he saw the collector. Their vehicles were parked side by side, while their servants competed in the interior of the building. Good morning. So, you are back, said Turton icily. I should be glad if you will put in your appearance at the club this evening. I have accepted re-election, sir. Do you regard it as necessary I should come? I should be glad to be excused. Indeed, I have a dinner engagement this evening. It is not a question of your feelings, but of the wish of the Lieutenant Governor. Perhaps you will ask me whether I speak officially. I do. I shall expect you this evening at 6. We shall not interfere with your subsequent plans." He attended the grim little function in due course. The skeletons of hospitality rattled. "Have a peg. Have a drink." He talked for 5 minutes to Mrs. Blakeston, who was the only surviving female. He talked to McBride, who was defiant about his divorce, conscious that he had sinned as a Sahib. He talked to Major Roberts, the new civil surgeon, and to young Milner, the new city magistrate. But the more the club changed, the more it promised to be the same thing. "It is no good," he thought, as he returned past the mosque. "We all build upon sand, and the more modern the country gets, the worse'll be the crash. In the old 18th century, when cruelty and injustice raged, an invisible power repaired their ravages. Everything echoes now. There's no stopping the echo. The original sound may be harmless, but the echo is always evil." This reflection about an echo lay at the verge of Fielding's mind. He could never develop it. It belonged to the universe that he had missed or rejected. And the mosque missed it too. Like himself, those shallow arcades provided but a limited asylum. "There is no God but God" doesn't carry us far through the complexities of matter and spirit. It is only a game with words, really, a religious pun, not a religious truth. He found Aziz overtired and dispirited, and he determined not to allude to their misunderstanding until the end of the evening. It would be more acceptable then. He made a clean breast about the club, said he had only gone under compulsion and should never attend again unless the order was renewed. In other words, probably never, for I am going quite soon to England. "I thought you might end in England," he said very quietly, then changed the conversation. Rather awkwardly they ate their dinner, then went out to sit in the Mogul garden house. "I am only going for a little time, on official business. My service is anxious to get me away from Chandrapore for a bit. It is obliged to value me very highly, but does not care for me. The situation is somewhat humorous." "What is the nature of your business? Will it leave you much spare time?" "Enough to see my friends." "I expected you would make such a reply. You are a faithful friend. Shall we now talk about something else?" "Willingly. What subject?" "Poetry," he said, with tears in his eyes. "Let us discuss why poetry has lost the power of making men brave. My mother's father was also a poet, and fought against you in the Mutiny. I might equal him if there was another mutiny. As it is, I am a doctor who has won a case and has 3 children to support, and whose chief subject of conversation is official plans. Let us talk about poetry." He turned his mind to the innocuous subject. "You people are sadly circumstanced. Whatever are you to write about? You cannot say 'the rose is faded' for evermore. We know it's faded. Yet you can't have the patriotic poetry of the 'India, my India' type, when it's nobody's India." "I like this conversation. It may lead to something interesting." "You are quite right in thinking that poetry must touch life. When I knew you first, you used it as an incantation." "I was a child when you knew me first. Everyone was my friend then. The friend, a Persian expression for God. But I do not want to be a religious poet either." "I hoped you would be." "Why, when you yourself are an atheist?" "There is something in religion that may not be true, but has not yet been sung. Explain in detail. Something that the Hindus have perhaps found. Let them sing it. Hindus are unable to sing. Cyril, you sometimes make a sensible remark. That will do for poetry for the present. Let us now return to your English visit. We haven't discussed poetry for 2 seconds, said the other, smiling. But Aziz was addicted to cameos. He held the tiny conversation in his hand, and felt it epitomized his problem. For an instant he recalled his wife, and, as happens when a memory is intense, the past became the future, and he saw her with him in a quiet Hindu jungle native state, far away from foreigners. He said, "I suppose you will visit Miss Quested." "If I have time. It will be strange seeing her in Hampstead." "What is Hampstead?" "An artistic and thoughtful little suburb of London." "And there she lives in comfort. You will enjoy seeing her. Dear me, I've got a headache this evening. Perhaps I am going to have the cholera. With your permission, I'll leave early." "When would you like the carriage?" "Don't trouble, I'll bike." "But you haven't got your bicycle. My carriage fetched you. Let it take you away." "Sound reasoning," he said, trying to be gay. "I have not got my bicycle. But I am seen too often in your carriage. I am thought to take advantage of your generosity by Mr. Ram Chand." He was out of sorts and uneasy. The conversation jumped from topic to topic in a broken-backed fashion. They were affectionate and intimate, but nothing clicked tight. "Aziz, you have forgiven me the stupid remark I made this morning?" "When you called me a little rotter?" "Yes, to my eternal confusion. You know how fond I am of you." "That is nothing, of course. We all make mistakes. In a friendship such as ours, a few slips are of no consequence." But as he drove off, something depressed him, a dull pain of body or mind waiting to rise to the surface. When he reached the bungalow, he wanted to return and say something very affectionate. Instead, he gave the Sais a heavy tip and sat down gloomily on the bed, and Hassan massaged him incompetently. The eye-flies had colonized the top of the Almirah. The red stains on the durry were thicker, for Mohammed Latif had slept here during his imprisonment, and spat a good deal. The table drawer was scarred where the police had forced it open. Everything in Chandrapore was used up, including the air. The trouble rose to the surface now. He was suspicious. He suspected his friend of intending to marry Miss Quested for the sake of her money, and of going to England for that purpose. "Huzoor," for he had muttered, "look at those flies on the ceiling. Why have you not drowned them?" "Huzoor, they return." "Like all evil things." To divert the conversation, Hassan related how the kitchen boy had killed a snake, good, but killed it by cutting it in two, bad, because it became two snakes. "When he breaks a plate, does it become two plates?" "Glasses and a new teapot will similarly be required. Also for myself a coat." Aziz sighed. Each for himself. One man needs a coat, another a rich wife. Each approaches his goal by a clever detour. Feeling had saved the girl a fine of 20,000 rupees, and now followed her to England. If he desired to marry her, all was explained. She would bring him a large dowry. Aziz did not believe his own suspicions. Better if he had, for then he would have denounced and cleared the situation up. Suspicion and belief could, in his mind, exist side by side. They sprang from different sources, and need never intermingle. Suspicion in the Oriental is a sort of malignant tumour, a mental malady that makes him self-conscious and unfriendly suddenly. He trusts and mistrusts at the same time, in a way the Westerner cannot comprehend. It is his demon, as the Western's is hypocrisy. Aziz was seized by it, and his fancy built a satanic castle, of which the foundation had been laid when he talked at Dilkusha under the stars. The girl had surely been Cyril's mistress when she stopped in the college. Mohammed Latif was right. But was that all? Perhaps it was Cyril who followed her into the cave. No, impossible. Cyril hadn't been on the Kawadol at all. Impossible. Ridiculous. Yet the fancy left him trembling with misery. Such treachery, if true, would have been the worst in Indian history. Nothing so vile, not even the murder of Afuz Khan by Shivaji. He was shaken as though by a truth, and told Hassan to leave him. Next day he decided to take his children back to Mussoorie. They had come down for the trial that he might bid them farewell, and had stayed on at Hamidullah's for the rejoicings. Major Roberts would give him leave, and during his absence Fielding would go off to England. The idea suited both his beliefs and his suspicions. Events would prove which was right, and preserve, in either case, his dignity. Fielding was conscious of something hostile, and because he was really fond of Aziz, his optimism failed him. Travelling light is less easy as soon as affection is involved. Unable to jog forward in the serene hope that all would come right, he wrote an elaborate letter in the rather modern style. It is on my mind that you think me a prude about women. I had rather you thought anything else of me. If I live impeccably now, it is only because I am well on in the 40s, a period of revision. In the 80s I shall revise again, and before the 90s come I shall be revised. But, alive or dead, I am absolutely devoid of morals. Do kindly grasp this about me. Aziz did not care for the letter at all. It hurt his delicacy. He liked confidences, however gross, but generalizations and comparisons always repelled him. Life is not a scientific manual. He replied coldly, regretting his inability to return from Mussoorie before his friend sailed. But I must take my poor little holiday while I can. All must be economy henceforward. All hopes of Kashmir have vanished for ever and ever. When you return, I shall be slaving far away in some new post. And Fielding went, and in the last gutterings of Chandrapur, heaven and earth both looking like toffee, the Indians' bad fancies were confirmed. His friends encouraged them, for though they had liked the principal, they felt uneasy at his getting to know so much about their private affairs. Mahmoud Ali soon declared that treachery was afoot. Hamidullah murmured, "Certainly, of late he no longer addressed us with his former frankness," and warned Aziz not to expect too much. He and she are, after all, both members of another race. "Where are my 20,000 rupees?" he thought. He was absolutely indifferent to money, not merely generous with it, but promptly paying his debts when he could remember to do so. Yet these rupees haunted his mind because he had been tricked about them and allowed them to escape overseas, like so much of the wealth of India. Cyril would marry Miss Quested. He grew certain of it. all the unexplained residue of the Malabar contributing. It was the natural conclusion of the horrible, senseless picnic, and before long he persuaded himself that the wedding had actually taken place. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32. Egypt was charming, a green strip of carpet, and walking up and down it 4 sorts of animals and 1 sort of man. Fielding's business took him there for a few days. He re-embarked at Alexandria. Bright blue sky, constant wind, clean low coastline, as against the intricacies of Bombay. Crete welcomed him next, with the long snowy ridge of its mountains. And then came Venice. As he landed on the Piazzetta, a cup of beauty was lifted to his lips, and he drank with the sense of disloyalty. The buildings of Venice, like the mountains of Crete and the fields of Egypt, stood in the right place, whereas in poor India everything was placed wrong. He had forgotten the beauty of form among idle temples and lumpy hills. Indeed, without form, how can there be beauty? Form stammered here and there in a mosque, became rigid through nervousness even, but oh, these Italian churches! San Giorgio, standing on the island which could scarcely have risen from the waves without it. The salute holding the entrance of a canal which, but for it, would not be the Grand Canal. In the old undergraduate days he had wrapped himself up in the many-coloured blanket of St. Mark's, but something more precious than the mosaics and marbles was offered to him now. The harmony between the works of man and the earth that upholds them, the civilization that has escaped muddle, the spirit in a reasonable form, with flesh and blood subsisting. Writing picture postcards to his Indian friends, he felt that all of them would miss the joys he experienced now, the joys of form, and that this constituted a serious barrier. They would see the sumptuousness of Venice, not its shape, and though Venice was not Europe, it was part of the Mediterranean harmony. The Mediterranean is the human norm. When men leave that exquisite lake, whether through the Bosphorus or the Pillars of Hercules, they approach the monstrous and extraordinary, and the southern exit leads to the strangest experience of all. Turning his back on it yet again, he took the train northward, and tender romantic fancies that he thought were dead for ever flowered when he saw the buttercups and daisies of June. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. Some hundreds of miles westward of the Malabar Hills, and 2 years later in time, Professor Narayan Godbole stands in the presence of God. God is not born yet. That will occur at midnight. But he has also been born centuries ago, nor can he ever be born, because he is the Lord of the universe, who transcends human processes. He is, was not, is not, was. He and Professor Godbole stood at opposite ends of the same strip of carpet. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram. This corridor in the palace at Mao opened through other corridors into a courtyard. It was of beautiful hard white stucco, but its pillars and vaulting could scarcely be seen behind the coloured rags, iridescent balls, chandeliers of opaque pink glass, and murky photographs framed crookedly. At the end was the small but famous shrine of the dynastic cult, and the god to be born was largely a silver image the size of a teaspoon. Hindus sat on either side of the carpet where they could find room, or overflowed into the adjoining corridors and the courtyard. Hindus only, mild-featured men, mostly villagers, for whom anything outside their villages passed in a dream. They were the toiling riot, whom some call the real India. Mixed with them sat a few tradesmen out of the little town, officials, courtiers, scions of the ruling house. Schoolboys kept in efficient order. The assembly was in a tender, happy state, unknown to an English crowd. It seethed like a beneficent potion. When the villagers broke cordon for a glimpse of the silver image, a most beautiful and radiant expression came into their faces, a beauty in which there was nothing personal, for it caused them all to resemble one another during the moment of its indwelling, and only when it was withdrawn did they revert to individual clods. And so with the music. Music there was, but from so many sources that the sum total was untrammelled. The braying, banging, crooning melted into a single mass, which trailed round the palace before joining the thunder. Rain fell at intervals throughout the night. It was the turn of Professor Godbolet's choir. As Minister of Education, he gained this special honour. When the previous group of singers dispersed into the crowd, he pressed forward from the back, already in full voice, that the chain of sacred sounds might be uninterrupted. He was barefoot and in white. He wore a pale blue turban. His gold pince-nez had caught in a jasmine garland and lay sideways down his nose. He and the 6 colleagues who supported him clashed their cymbals, hit small drums, droned upon a portable harmonium, and sang, Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram, thou art my father and mother and everybody. Tukaram. They sang not even to the god who confronted them, but to a saint. They did not one thing which the non-Hindu would feel dramatically correct. This approaching triumph of India was a muddle, as we call it, a frustration of reason and form. Where was the god himself, in whose honour the congregation had gathered? Indistinguishable in the jumble of his own altar, huddled out of sight amidst images of inferior descent, smothered under rose-leaves, overhung by oleographs, outblazed by golden tablets representing the Rajah's ancestors, and entirely obscured, when the wind blew, by the tattered foliage of a bandana. Hundreds of electric lights had been lit in his honour, worked by an engine whose thumps destroyed the rhythm of the hymn. Yet his face could not be seen. Hundreds of his silver dishes were piled around him with the minimum of effect. The inscriptions which the poets of the state had composed were hung where they could not be read, or had twitched their drawing-pins out of the stucco, and one of them, composed in English to indicate his universality, consisted, by an unfortunate slip of the draftsman, of the words, God, see, love. God, see, love. Is this the first message of India? Tukaram, continued the choir, reinforced by a squabble behind the purdah curtain, where 2 mothers tried to push their children at the same moment to the front. A little girl's leg shot out like an eel. In the courtyard, drenched by the rain, the small Europeanized band stumbled off into a waltz. Nights of Gladness they were playing. The singers were not perturbed by this rival. They lived beyond competition. It was long before the tiny fragment of Professor Godbolet that attended to outside things decided that his pince-nez was in trouble, and that, until it was adjusted, he could not choose a new hymn. He laid down one cymbal, with the other he clashed the air, with his free hand he fumbled at the flowers round his neck. A colleague assisted him. Singing into one another's grey moustaches, they disentangled the chain from the tinsel into which it had sunk. Godbolet consulted the music book, said a word to the drummer, who broke the rhythm, made a thick little blur of sound, and produced a new rhythm. This was more exciting, the inner images it evoked more definite, and the singer's expressions became fatuous and languid. They loved all men, the whole universe, and scraps of their past, tiny splinters of detail, emerged for a moment to melt into the universal warmth. Thus Godbolet, though she was not important to him, remembered an old woman he had met in Chandrapur days. Chance brought her into his mind while it was in this heated state. He did not select her. She happened to occur among the throng of soliciting images, a tiny splinter, and he impelled her by this spiritual force to that place where completeness can be found. Completeness, not reconstruction. His senses grew thinner. He remembered a wasp, seen he forgot where, perhaps on a stone. He loved the wasp equally. He impelled it likewise. He was imitating God. And the stone where the wasp clung, could he? No, he could not. He had been wrong to attempt the stone. Logic and conscious effort had seduced. He came back to the strip of red carpet, and discovered that he was dancing upon it. Up and down, a third of the way to the altar, and back again, clashing his cymbals, his little legs twinkling, his companions dancing with him and each other. Noise, noise. The Europeanized band louder. Incense on the altar. Sweat. The blaze of lights. Wind in the bananas. Noise. Thunder. 11:50 by his wristwatch, seen as he threw up his hands and detached the tiny reverberation that was his soul. Louder shouts in the crowd. He danced on. The boys and men who were squatting in the aisles were lifted forcibly and dropped without changing their shapes into the laps of their neighbours. Down the path thus cleared advanced a litter. It was the aged ruler of the state, brought, against the advice of his physicians, to witness the birth ceremony. No one greeted the Rajah, nor did he wish it. This was no moment for human glory, nor could the litter be set down lest it defiled the temple by becoming a throne. He was lifted out of it while its feet remained in air, and deposited on the carpet close to the altar. His immense beard was straightened, his legs tucked under him. A paper containing red powder was placed in his hand. There he sat, leaning against a pillar, exhausted with illness, his eyes magnified by many unshed tears. He had not to wait long. In a land where all else was unpunctual, the hour of the birth was chronometrically observed. 3 minutes before it was due, a Brahman brought forth a model of the village of Gokul, the Bethlehem in that nebulous story, and placed it in front of the altar. The model was on a wooden tray about a yard square. It was of clay, and was gaily blue and white with streamers and paint. Here, upon a chair too small for him, and with a head too large, sat King Kanza, who is Herod, directing the murder of some innocents. And in a corner, similarly proportioned, stood the father and mother of the Lord, warned to depart in a dream. The model was not holy, but more than a decoration, for it diverted men from the actual image of the god, and increased their sacred bewilderment. Some of the villagers thought the birth had occurred, saying with truth that the Lord must have been born, for they could not see him. But the clock struck midnight, and simultaneously the rending note of the conch broke forth, followed by the trumpeting of elephants. All who had packets of powder threw them at the altar, and in the rosy dust and incense, and clanging and shouts, infinite love took upon itself the form of Sri Krishna, and saved the world. All sorrow was annihilated, not only for Indians, but for foreigners, birds, caves, railways, and the stars. All became joy, all laughter. There had never been disease nor doubt, misunderstanding, cruelty, fear. Some jumped in the air, others flung themselves prone and embraced the bare feet of the universal lover. The women behind the purdah slapped and shrieked. The little girl slipped out and danced by herself, her black pigtails flying. Not an orgy of the body, the tradition of that shrine forbade it, but the human spirit had tried by a desperate contortion to ravish the unknown, flinging down science and history in the struggle. Yes, beauty herself. Did it succeed? Books written afterwards say yes. But how, if there is such an event, can it be remembered afterwards? How can it be expressed in anything but itself? Not only from the unbeliever are mysteries hid, but the adept himself cannot retain them. He may think, if he chooses, that he has been with God, but as soon as he thinks it, it becomes history, and falls under the rules of time. A cobra of papier-mâché now appeared on the carpet, also a wooden cradle swinging from a frame. Professor Goodbole approached the latter with a red silk napkin in his arms. The napkin was God, not that it was, and the image remained in the blur of the altar. It was just a napkin, folded into a shape which indicated a baby's. The professor dandled it and gave it to the Rajah, who, making a great effort, said, "I name this child Sri Krishna," and tumbled it into the cradle. Tears poured from his eyes, because he had seen the Lord's salvation. He was too weak to exhibit the silk baby to his people, his privilege in former years. His attendants lifted him up, a new path was cleared through the crowd, and he was carried away to a less sacred part of the palace. There, in a room accessible to Western science by an outer staircase, his physician, Dr. Aziz, awaited him. His Hindu physician, who had accompanied him to the shrine, briefly reported the symptoms. As the ecstasy receded, the invalid grew fretful. The bumping of the steam engine that worked the dynamo disturbed him, and he asked for what reason it had been introduced into his home. They replied that they would inquire, and administered a sedative. Down in the sacred corridors, joy had seethed to jollity. It was their duty to play various games to amuse the newly born god, and to stimulate his sports with the wanton dairymaids of Brindaban. Butter played a prominent part in these. When the cradle had been removed, the principal nobles of the state gathered together for an innocent frolic. They removed their turbans, and one put a lump of butter on his forehead and waited for it to slide down his nose into his mouth. before it could arrive, another stole up behind him, snatched the melting morsel, and swallowed it himself. All laughed exultantly at discovering that the divine sense of humour coincided with their own. God see love! There is fun in heaven. God can play practical jokes upon himself, draw chairs away from beneath his own posteriors, set his own turbans on fire, and steal his own petticoats when he bathes. By sacrificing good taste, this worship achieved what Christianity has shirked, the inclusion of merriment. All spirit, as well as all matter, must participate in salvation, and if practical jokes are banned, the circle is incomplete. Having swallowed the butter, they played another game, which chanced to be graceful, the fondling of Sri Krishna under the similitude of a child. A pretty red and gold ball is thrown, and he who catches it chooses a child from the crowd, raises it in his arms, and carries it round to be caressed. All stroke the darling creature for the Creator's sake, and murmur happy words. The child is restored to his parents, the ball thrown on, and another child becomes, for the moment, the world's desire. And the Lord bounds hither and thither through the aisles, chance and the sport of chance irradiating little mortals with his immortality. When they had played this long enough, and being exempt from boredom, they played it again and again. They played it again and again. They took many sticks and hit them together, whack, smack, as though they fought the Pandava wars, and threshed and churned with them, and later on they hung from the roof of the temple, in a net, a great black earthenware jar, which was painted here and there with red, and wreathed with dried figs. Now came a rousing sport. Springing up, they struck at the jar with their sticks. It cracked, broke, and a mass of greasy rice and milk poured onto their faces. They ate, and smeared one another's mouths, and dived between each other's legs for what had been pashed upon the carpet. This way and that spread the divine mess, until the line of schoolboys, who had somewhat fended off the crowd, broke for their share. The corridors, the courtyard, were filled with benign confusion. Also the flies awoke and claimed their share of God's bounty. There was no quarrelling, owing to the nature of the gift, for blessed is the man who confers it on another. He imitates God, and those imitations, those substitutions, continued to flicker through the assembly for many hours, awaking in each man, according to his capacity, an emotion that he would not have had otherwise. No definite image survived. At the birth it was questionable whether a silver doll, or a mud village, or a silk napkin, or an intangible spirit, or a pious resolution had been born. Perhaps all these things. Perhaps none. Perhaps all birth is an allegory. Still, it was the main event of the religious year. It caused strange thoughts. Covered with grease and dust, Professor Godbolet had once more developed the life of his spirit. He had, with increasing vividness, again seen Mrs. Moore, and round her faintly clinging forms of trouble. He was a Brahman, she a Christian, but it made no difference. It made no difference whether she was a trick of his memory or a telepathic appeal. It was his duty, as it was his desire, to place himself in the position of the god, and to love her, and to place himself in her position, and to say to the god, "Come, come, come, come." This was all he could do. How inadequate! But each according to his own capacities, and he knew that his own were small. One old Englishwoman, and one little wasp, he thought, as he stepped out of the temple into the grey of a pouring wet morning. It does not seem much. Still, it is more than I am myself. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. Dr. Aziz left the palace at the same time. As he returned to his house, which stood in a pleasant garden further up the main street of the town, he could see his old patron paddling and capering in the slush ahead. "Hullo!" he called, and it was the wrong remark, for the devotee indicated by circular gestures of his arms that he did not desire to be disturbed. He added, "Sorry," which was right, for Godbole twisted his head till it didn't belong to his body, and said, in a strained voice that had no connection with his mind, "He arrived at the European guest house, perhaps. At least, possibly." "Did he? Since when?" But time was too definite. He waved his arm more dimly and disappeared. Aziz knew who he was, Fielding. But he refused to think about him, because it disturbed his life, and he still trusted the floods to prevent him from arriving. A fine little river issued from his garden gate, and gave him much hope. It was impossible that anyone could get across from Deora in such weather as this. Fielding's visit was official. He had been transferred from Chandrapur and sent on a tour through central India to see what the remoter states were doing with regard to English education. He had married. He had done the expected with Miss Quested, and Aziz had no wish to see him again. Dear old Godbole, he thought, and smiled. He had no religious curiosity, and had never discovered the meaning of this annual antic, but he was well assured that Godbole was a dear old man. He had come to Mao through him, and remained on his account. Without him he could never have grasped problems so totally different from those of Chandrapur, for here the cleavage was between Brahman and non-Brahman. Moslems and English were quite out of the running, and sometimes not mentioned for days. Since Godbole was a Brahman, Aziz was one also, for purposes of intrigue. They would often joke about it together. The fissures in the Indian soil are infinite. Hinduism, so solid from a distance, is riven into sects and clans, which radiate and join and change their names according to the aspect from which they are approached. Study it for years with the best teachers, and when you raise your head, nothing they have told you quite fits. Aziz, the day of his inauguration, had remarked, "I study nothing, I respect," making an excellent impression. There was now a minimum of prejudice against him. Nominally under a Hindu doctor, he was really chief medicine-man to the court. He had to drop inoculation and such Western whims, but even at Chandrapur his profession had been a game, centering round the operating table, and here in the backwoods he let his instruments rust, ran his little hospital at half steam, and caused no undue alarm. His impulse to escape from the English was sound. They had frightened him permanently, and there are only two reactions against fright: to kick and scream on committees, or to retreat to a remote jungle where the Sahib seldom comes. His old lawyer friends wanted him to stop in British India and help agitate, and might have prevailed but for the treachery of Fielding. The news had not surprised him in the least. A rift had opened between them after the trial, when Cyril had not joined in his procession, Those advocacies of the girl had increased it. Then came the postcards from Venice, so cold, so unfriendly, that all agreed that something was wrong. And finally, after a silence, the expected letter from Hampstead. Mahmoud Ali was with him at the time. "Some news that will surprise you. I am to marry someone whom you know." He did not read further. "Here it comes. Answer for me." And he threw it to Mahmoud Ali. Subsequent letters he destroyed unopened. It was the end of a foolish experiment. And though sometimes, at the back of his mind, he felt that Fielding had made sacrifices for him, it was now all confused with his genuine hatred of the English. "I am an Indian at last," he thought, standing motionless in the rain. Life passed pleasantly. The climate was healthy, so that the children could be with him all the year round, and he had married again. Not exactly a marriage, but he liked to regard it as one. And he read his Persian, wrote his poetry, had his horse, and sometimes got shikar while the good Hindus looked the other way. His poems were all on one topic: Oriental womanhood. The purdah must go, was their burden. Otherwise we shall never be free. And he declared, fantastically, that India would not have been conquered if women as well as men had fought at Plassey. But we do not show our women to the foreigner, not explaining how this was to be managed, for he was writing a poem. Bulbuls and roses would still persist. The pathos of defeated Islam remained in his blood and could not be expelled by modernities. Illogical poems, like their writer. Yet they struck a true note. There cannot be a motherland without new homes. In one poem, the only one funny old Godbole liked, he had skipped over the motherland, whom he did not truly love, and gone straight to internationality. "Ah, that is bhakti. Ah, my young friend, that is different, and very good. Ah, India, who seems not to move, will go straight there, while the other nations waste their time. May I translate this particular one into Hindi? In fact, it might be rendered into Sanskrit, almost. It is so enlightened. Yes, of course, all your other poems are very good, too. His Highness was saying to Colonel Maggs last time he came that we are proud of you," simpering slightly. Colonel Maggs was the political agent for the neighbourhood, and Aziz's dejected opponent. The Criminal Investigation Department kept an eye on Aziz ever since the trial. They had nothing actionable against him, but Indians who have been unfortunate must be watched, and to the end of his life he remained under observation, thanks to Miss Quested's mistake. Colonel Maggs learnt with concern that a suspect was coming to Mao, and, adopting a playful manner, rallied the old Rajah for permitting a Moslem doctor to approach his sacred person. A few years ago the Rajah would have taken the hint, for the political agent then had been a formidable figure, descending with all the thunders of empire when it was most inconvenient, turning the polity inside out, requiring motor cars and tiger hunts, trees cut down that impeded the view from the guest house, cows milked in his presence, and generally arrogating the control of internal affairs. But there had been a change of policy in high quarters. Local thunders were no longer endorsed, and the group of little states that composed the agency discovered this and began comparing notes with fruitful result. To see how much or how little Colonel Maggs would stand became an agreeable game at Mao, which was played by all the departments of state. He had to stand the appointment of Dr. Aziz. The Rajah did not take the hint, but replied that Hindus were less exclusive than formerly, thanks to the enlightened commands of the Viceroy, and he felt it his duty to move with the times. Yes, all had gone well hitherto, but now, when the rest of the state was plunged in its festival, he had a crisis of a very different sort. A note awaited him at his house. There was no doubt that Fielding had arrived overnight, nor much doubt that Godbolet knew of his arrival, for the note was addressed to him, and he had read it before sending it on to Aziz, and had written in the margin, "Is not this delightful news? But unfortunately my religious duties prevent me from taking any action." Fielding announced that he had inspected Mudkul, Miss Derrick's former preserve, that he had nearly been drowned at Deora, that he had reached Mao according to timetable, and hoped to remain there 2 days, studying the various educational innovations of his old friend. Nor had he come alone. His wife and her brother accompanied him. And then the note turned into the sort of note that always did arrive from the state guest-house, wanting something. No eggs, mosquito nets torn. When would they pay their respects to His Highness? Was it correct that a torchlight procession would take place? If so, might they view it? They didn't want to give trouble, but if they might stand in a balcony, or if they might go out in a boat. Aziz tore the note up. He had had enough of showing misquested native life. Treacherous, hideous harridan. Bad people altogether. He hoped to avoid them, though this might be difficult, for they would certainly be held up for several days at Mao. Down country the floods were even worse, and the pale grey faces of lakes had appeared in the direction of the Arsirgar railway station. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. Long before he discovered Mao, another young Mohammedan had retired there, a saint. His mother said to him, "Free prisoners." So he took a sword and went up to the fort. He unlocked a door, and the prisoners streamed out and resumed their previous occupations. But the police were too much annoyed, and cut off the young man's head. Ignoring its absence, he made his way over the rocks that separate the fort and the town, killing policemen as he went, and he fell outside his mother's house, having accomplished her orders. Consequently, there are 2 shrines to him today, that of the head above and that of the body below, and they are worshipped by the few Mohammedans who live near, and by Hindus also. There is no God but God. That symmetrical injunction melts in the mild airs of Mao. It belongs to pilgrimages and universities, not to feudalism and agriculture. When Aziz arrived, and found that even Islam was idolatrous, he grew scornful and longed to purify the place like Alamgir. But soon he didn't mind, like Akbar. After all, this saint had freed prisoners, and he himself had lain in prison. The shrine of the body lay in his own garden, and produced a weekly crop of lamps and flowers, and when he saw them he recalled his sufferings. The shrine of the head made a nice short walk for the children. He was off duty the morning after the great puja, and he told them to come. Jamila held his hand. Ahmed and Karim ran in front, arguing what the body looked like as it came staggering down, and whether they would have been frightened if they met it. He didn't want them to grow up superstitious, so he rebuked them, and they answered, "Yes, father," for they were well brought up. But, like himself, they were impervious to argument, and after a polite pause they continued saying what their natures compelled them to say. A slim, tall, 8-sided building stood at the top of the slope, among some bushes. This was the shrine of the head. It had not been roofed, and was indeed merely a screen. Inside it crouched a humble dome, and inside that, visible through a grille, was a truncated gravestone, swathed in calico. The inner angles of the screen were cumbered with bees' nests, and a gentle shower of broken wings and other aerial oddments kept falling, and had strewn the damp pavement with their flue. Ahmed, apprised by Mohammed Latif of the character of the bee, said, "They will not hurt us whose lives are chaste," and pushed boldly in. His sister was more cautious. From the shrine they went to a mosque, which in size and design resembled a fire screen. The arcades of Chandrapur had shrunk to a flat piece of ornamental stucco, with protuberances at either end to suggest minarets. The funny little thing didn't even stand straight, for the rock on which it had been put was slipping down the hill. It and the shrine were a strange outcome of the protests of Arabia. They wandered over the old fort, now deserted, and admired the various views. The scenery, according to their standards, was delightful. The sky, grey and black, bellyfuls of rain all over it. The earth pocked with pools of water and slimy with mud. A magnificent monsoon, the best for 3 years, the tanks already full, bumper crops possible. Out towards the river, the route by which the Fieldings had escaped from Deora, the downpour had been enormous. The mails had to be pulled across by ropes. They could just see the break in the forest trees where the gorge came through, and the rocks above that marked the site of the diamond mine, glistening with wet. Close beneath was the suburban residence of the junior Rani, isolated by floods, and Her Highness Lax about Purda to be seen paddling with her handmaidens in the garden and waving her sari at the monkeys on the roof. But better not look close beneath, perhaps, nor towards the European guest-house either. Beyond the guest-house rose another grey-green gloom of hills, covered with temples like little white flames. There were over 200 gods in that direction alone, who visited each other constantly, and owned numerous cows and all the betel leaf industry, besides having shares in the Asirgar motor omnibus. Many of them were in the palace at this moment, having the time of their lives. Others, too large or proud to travel, had sent symbols to represent them. The air was thick with religion and rain. Their white shirts fluttering, Ahmed and Karim ran about over the fort, shrieking with joy. Presently they intersected a line of prisoners, who were looking aimlessly at an old bronze gun. "Which of you is to be pardoned?" they asked. For to-night was the procession of the chief god, when he would leave the palace, escorted by the whole power of the state, and pass by the jail, which stood down in the town now. As he did so, troubling the waters of our civilization, one prisoner would be released, and then he would proceed to the great Mao tank that stretched as far as the guest-house garden, where something else would happen, some final or subsidiary apotheosis, after which he would submit to the experience of sleep. The Aziz family did not grasp as much as this, being Moslem, but the visit to the jail was common knowledge. Smiling, with downcast eyes, the prisoners discussed with the gentry their chances of salvation. Except for the irons on their legs, they resembled other men, nor did they feel different. 5 of them, who had not yet been brought to trial, could expect no pardon. They did not distinguish between the god and the Rajah in their minds. Both were too far above them, but the guard was better educated, and ventured to inquire after His Highness's health. "It always improves," replied the medicine-man. As a matter of fact, the Rajah was dead. The ceremony overnight had overtaxed his strength. His death was being concealed, lest the glory of the festival were dimmed. The Hindu physician, the private secretary, and a confidential servant remained with the corpse, while Aziz had assumed the duty of being seen in public and misleading people. He had liked the ruler very much, and might not prosper under his successor. Yet he could not worry over such problems yet, for he was involved in the illusion he helped to create. The children continued to run about, hunting for a frog to put in Mohammed Latif's bed, the little fools. Hundreds of frogs lived in their own garden, but they must needs catch one up on the fort. They reported 2 topis below. Fielding and his brother-in-law, instead of resting after their journey, were climbing the slopes to the saint's tomb. "Throw stones?" asked Karim. "Put powdered glass in their pan? Ahmed, come here for such wickedness." He raised his hand to smite his firstborn, but allowed it to be kissed instead. It was sweet to have his sons with him at this moment, and to know they were affectionate and brave. He pointed out that the Englishmen were state guests, so must not be poisoned, and received, as always, gentle yet enthusiastic assent to his words. The 2 visitors entered the octagon, but rushed out at once, pursued by some bees. Hither and thither they ran, beating their heads. The children shrieked with derision, and out of heaven, as if a plug had been pulled, fell a jolly dollop of rain. Aziz had not meant to greet his former friend, but the incident put him into an excellent temper. He felt compact and strong. He shouted out, "Hullo, gentlemen, are you in trouble?" The brother-in-law exclaimed. A bee had got him. "Lie down in a pool of water, my dear sir. Here are plenty. Don't come near me. I cannot control them. They are state bees. Complain to His Highness of their behaviour." There was no real danger, for the rain was increasing. The swarm retired to the shrine. He went up to the stranger and pulled a couple of stings out of his wrist, remarking, "Come, pull yourself together and be a man." "How do you do, Aziz, after all this time? I heard you were settled in here," Fielding called to him, but not in friendly tones. "I suppose a couple of stings don't signify." "Not the least. I'll send an embrocation over to the guest-house. I heard you were settled in there." "Why have you not answered my letters?" he asked, going straight for the point, but not reaching it, owing to buckets of rain. His companion, new to the country, cried, as the drops drummed on his topi, that the bees were renewing their attack. Fielding checked his antics rather sharply, then said, "Is there a short cut down to our carriage? We must give up our walk. The weather's pestilential." "Yes, that way." "Are you not coming down yourself?" Aziz sketched a comic salaam. Like all Indians, he was skilful in the slighter impertinences. "I tremble, I obey," the gesture said, and it was not lost upon Fielding. They walked down a rough path to the road, the two men first, the brother-in-law, boy rather than man, next, in a state over his arm which hurt. The three Indian children last, noisy and impudent, all six wet through. "How goes it, Aziz?" "In my usual health." "Are you making anything out of your life here?" "How much do you make out of yours?" "Who is in charge of the guest house?" he asked, giving up his slight effort to recapture their intimacy, and growing more official. He was older and sterner. "His Highness's private secretary, probably." "Where is he, then?" "I don't know." "Because not a soul's been near us since we arrived." "Really?" "I wrote beforehand to the Durbar, and asked if a visit was convenient. I was told it was, and arranged my tour accordingly. But the guest-house servants appear to have no definite instructions. We can't get any eggs. Also, my wife wants to go out in the boat." "There are two boats." "Exactly, and no oars." "Colonel Maggs broke the oars when here last." "All four?" "He is a most powerful man." "If the weather lifts, we want to see your torchlight procession from the water this evening," he pursued. "I wrote to Godbole about it, but he has taken no notice. It's a place of the dead." "Perhaps your letter never reached the minister in question." "Will there be any objection to English people watching the procession?" "I know nothing at all about the religion here. I should never think of watching it myself." "We had a very different reception, both at Mudkul and Deora. They were kindness itself at Deora. The Maharaja and Maharani wanted us to see everything." "You should never have left them." "Jump in, Ralph." They had reached the carriage. "Jump in, Mr. Quested and Mr. Fielding." "Who on earth is Mr. Quested?" "Do I mispronounce that well-known name? Is not he your wife's brother?" "Who on earth do you suppose I've married?" "I'm only Ralph Moore," said the boy, blushing. And at that moment there fell another pailful of the rain, and made a mist round their feet. Aziz tried to withdraw, but it was too late. "Quested? Quested? Don't you know that my wife was Mrs. Moore's daughter?" He trembled and went purplish grey. He hated the news, hated hearing the name Moore. "Perhaps this explains your odd attitude." "And pray what is wrong with my attitude?" "The preposterous letter you allowed Mahmoud Ali to write for you." "This is a very useless conversation, I consider." "How ever did you make such a mistake?" said Fielding, more friendly than before, but scathing and scornful. "It's almost unbelievable. I should think I wrote you half a dozen times, mentioning my wife by name. Miss Quested! What an extraordinary notion!" From his smile, Aziz guessed that Stella was beautiful. "Miss Quested is our best friend. She introduced us. But what an amazing notion! Aziz, we must thrash this misunderstanding out later on. It is clearly some devilry of Mahmoud Ali's. He knows perfectly well I married Miss Moore. He called her Heathcliff's sister in his insolent letter to me." The name woke furies in him. "So she is. And here is Heathcliff's brother, and you his brother-in-law. And good-bye." Shame turned into rage that brought back his self-respect. "What does it matter to me who you marry? Don't trouble me here at Mao is all I ask. I do not want you. I do not want one of you in my private life. With my dying breath I say it. Yes, yes, I made a foolish blunder. Despise me and feel cold. I thought you married my enemy. I never read your letter. Mahmoud Ali deceived me. I thought you'd stolen my money, but—" He clapped his hands together, and his children gathered round him. "It's as if you stole it. I forgive Mahmoud Ali all things, because he loves me." Then, pausing while the rain exploded like pistols, he said, "My heart is for my own people henceforward," and turned away. Cyril followed him through the mud, apologizing, laughing a little, wanting to argue and reconstruct, pointing out with irrefragable logic that he had married, not Hyslop's betrothed, but Hyslop's sister. What difference did it make at this hour of the day? He had built his life on a mistake, but he had built it. Speaking in Urdu, that the children might understand, he said, "Please do not follow us, whomever you marry. I wish no Englishman or Englishwoman to be my friend." He returned to the house excited and happy. It had been an uneasy, uncanny moment when Mrs. Moore's name was mentioned, stirring memories. Miss Moore, as though she was coming to help him. She had always been so good, and that youth, whom he had scarcely looked at, was her son, Ralph Moore. Stella and Ralph, whom he had promised to be kind to, and Stella had married Cyril. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. All the time the palace ceased not to thrum and tum-tum. The revelation was over, but its effect lasted, and its effect was to make men feel that the revelation had not yet come. Hope existed, despite fulfilment, as it will be in heaven. Although the god had been born, his procession, loosely supposed by many to be the birth, had not taken place. In normal years, the middle hours of this day were signalized by performances of great beauty in the private apartments of the Rajah. He owned a troupe of men and boys, whose duty it was to dance various actions and meditations of his faith before him. Seated at his ease, he could witness the 3 steps by which the Saviour ascended the universe to the discomfiture of Indra, also the death of the dragon, the mountain that turned into an umbrella, and the sadhu who, with comic results, invoked the god before dining. All culminated in the dance of the milk-maidens before Krishna, and in the still greater dance of Krishna before the milk-maidens, when the music and the musicians swirled through the dark blue robes of the actors into their tinsel crowns, and all became one. The Rajah and his guests would then forget that this was a dramatic performance, and would worship the actors. Nothing of the sort could occur to-day, because death interrupts. It interrupted less here than in Europe. Its pathos was less poignant, its irony less cruel. There were 2 claimants to the throne, unfortunately, who were in the palace now, and suspected what had happened. Yet they made no trouble, because religion is a living force to the Hindus, and can, at certain moments, fling down everything that is petty and temporary in their natures. The festival flowed on, wild and sincere, and all men loved each other, and avoided by instinct whatever could cause inconvenience or pain. Aziz could not understand this any more than an average Christian could. He was puzzled that Mao should suddenly be purged from suspicion and self-seeking. Although he was an outsider and excluded from their rites, they were always particularly charming to him at this time. He and his household received small courtesies and presents just because he was outside. He had nothing to do all day except to send the embrocation over to the guest-house, and towards sunset he remembered it, and looked round his house for a local palliative, for the dispensary was shut. He found a tin of ointment belonging to Mohammed Latif, who was unwilling it should be removed, for magic words had been spoken over it while it was being boiled down. But Aziz promised that he would bring it back after application to the stings. He wanted an excuse for a ride. The procession was beginning to form as he passed the palace. A large crowd watched the loading of the state palanquin, the prow of which protruded in the form of a silver dragon's head through the lofty half-opened door. Gods, big and little, were getting aboard. He averted his eyes, for he never knew how much he was supposed to see, and nearly collided with the Minister of Education. "Ah, you might make me late," meaning that the touch of a non-Hindu would necessitate another bath. The words were spoken without moral heat. "Sorry," said Aziz. The other smiled, and again mentioned the guest-house party, and when he heard that Fielding's wife was not Miss Quested after all, remarked, "Ah, no, he married the sister of Mr. Heaslop. Ah, exactly. I have known that for over a year." Also without heat. "Why did you not tell me? Your silence plunged me into a pretty pickle." Godbolet, who had never been known to tell anyone anything, smiled again, and said in deprecating tones, "Never be angry with me. I am, as far as my limitations permit, your true friend. Besides, it is my holy festival." Aziz always felt like a baby in that strange presence, a baby who unexpectedly receives a toy. He smiled also, and turned his horse into a lane, for the crush increased. The sweepers' band was arriving. Playing on sieves and other emblems of their profession, they marched straight at the gate of the palace, with the air of a victorious army. All other music was silent, for this was ritually the moment of the despised and rejected. The god could not issue from his temple until the unclean sweepers played their tune. They were the spot of filth without which the spirit cannot cohere. For an instant the scene was magnificent. The doors were thrown open, and the whole court was seen inside, barefoot and dressed in white robes. In the fairway stood the Ark of the Lord, covered with cloth of gold, and flanked by peacock fans and by stiff circular banners of crimson. It was full to the brim with statuettes and flowers. As it rose from the earth on the shoulders of its bearers, the friendly sun of the monsoons shone forth and flooded the world with colour, so that the yellow tigers painted on the palace walls seemed to spring, and pink and green skeins of cloud to link up the upper sky. The palanquin moved. The lane was full of state elephants, who would follow it, their howdahs empty out of humility. Aziz did not pay attention to these sanctities, for they had no connection with his own. He felt bored, slightly cynical, like his own dear Emperor Babur, who came down from the north and found in Hindustan no good fruit, no fresh water or witty conversation, not even a friend. The lane led quickly out of the town on to high rocks and jungle. Here he drew rein and examined the great Mao tank, which lay exposed beneath him to its remotest curve. Reflecting the evening clouds, it filled the netherworld with an equal splendour, so that earth and sky leant toward one another, about to clash in ecstasy. He spat, cynical again, more cynical than before, for in the centre of the burnished circle a small black blot was advancing, the guest-house boat. Those English had improvised something to take the place of oars, and were proceeding in their work of patrolling India. The sight endeared the Hindus by comparison, and looking back at the milk-white hump of the palace, he hoped that they would enjoy carrying their idol about, for at all events it did not pry into other people's lives. This pose of seeing India, which had seduced him to Miss Quested at Chandrapur, was only a form of ruling India. No sympathy lay behind it. He knew exactly what was going on in the boat as the party gazed at the steps down which the image would presently descend, and debated how near they might row without getting into trouble officially. He did not give up his ride, for there would be servants at the guest-house whom he could question. A little information never comes amiss. He took the path by the sombre promontory that contained the royal tombs. Like the palace, they were of snowy stucco, and gleamed by their internal light, but their radiance grew ghostly under approaching night. The promontory was covered with lofty trees, and the fruit bats were unhooking from the boughs, and making kissing sounds as they grazed the surface of the tank. Hanging upside down all day, they had grown thirsty. The signs of the contented Indian evening multiplied. Frogs on all sides, cow-dung burning eternally, a flock of belated hornbills overhead, looking like winged skeletons as they flapped across the gloaming. There was death in the air, but not sadness. A compromise had been made between destiny and desire, and even the heart of man acquiesced. The European guest-house stood 200 feet above the water, on the crest of a rocky and wooded spur that jutted from the jungle. By the time Aziz arrived, the water had paled to a film of mauve-grey, and the boat vanished entirely. A sentry slept in the guest-house porch. Lamps burned in the cruciform of the deserted rooms. He went from one room to another, inquisitive and malicious. 2 letters lying on the piano rewarded him, and he pounced and read them promptly. He was not ashamed to do this. The sanctity of private correspondence has never been ratified by the East. Moreover, Mr. Macbride had read all his letters in the past, and spread their contents. One letter, the more interesting of the 2, was from Heaslop to Fielding. It threw light on the mentality of his former friend, and it hardened him further against him. Much of it was about Ralph Moore, who appeared to be almost an imbecile. "Hand on my brother whenever suits you. I write to you because he is sure to make a bad blunderbuss." Then, "I quite agree. Life is too short to cherish grievances. Also, I'm relieved you feel able to come into line with the oppressors of India to some extent. We need all the support we can get. I hope that next time Stella comes my way she will bring you with her, when I will make you as comfortable as a bachelor can. It's certainly time we met. My sister's marriage to you, coming after my mother's death and my own difficulties, did upset me, and I was unreasonable. It is about time we made it up properly, as you say. Let us leave it at faults on both sides. Glad to hear about your son and heir. When next any of you write to Adela, do give her some sort of message from me, for I should like to make my peace with her too. You are lucky to be out of British India at the present moment. Incident after incident, all due to propaganda, but we can't lay our hands on the connecting thread. The longer one lives here, the more certain one gets that everything hangs together. My personal opinion is it's the Jews." Thus far, the red-nosed boy. Aziz was distracted for a moment by blurred sounds coming from over the water. The procession was under way. The second letter was from Miss Quested to Mr. Fielding. It contained 1 or 2 interesting touches. The writer hoped that Ralph will enjoy his India more than I did mine, and appeared to have given him money for this purpose. My debt, which I shall never repay in person." What debt did Miss Quested imagine she owed the country? He did not relish the phrase. Talk of Ralph's health. It was all Stella and Ralph, even Cyril and Ronnie, all so friendly and sensible, and written in a spirit he could not command. He envied the easy intercourse that is only possible in a nation whose women are free. These 5 people were making up their little difficulties, and closing their broken ranks against the alien. Even Heathcliff was coming in. Hence the strength of England, and in a spurt of temper he hit the piano, and since the notes had swollen and stuck together in groups of 3s, he produced a remarkable noise. "Oh, who is that?" said a nervous and respectful voice. He could not remember where he had heard its tones before. Something moved in the twilight of an adjoining room. He replied, "State doctor, ridden over to inquire. Very little English," slipped the letters into his pocket, and, to show that he had free entry to the guest-house, struck the piano again. Ralph Moore came into the light. What a strange-looking youth! Tall, prematurely aged, the big blue eyes faded with anxiety, the hair impoverished and tousled. Not a type that is often exported imperially. The doctor in Aziz thought born of too old a mother. The poet found him rather beautiful. "I was unable to call earlier, owing to pressure of work. How are the celebrated bee stings?" he asked patronizingly. I was resting. They thought I had better. They throb rather." His timidity and evident newness had complicated effects on the malcontent. Speaking threateningly, he said, "Come here, please. Allow me to look." They were practically alone, and he could treat the patient as Calendar had treated Nureddin. "You said this morning—" "The best of doctors make mistakes. Come here, please, for the diagnosis under the lamp. I am pressed for time." "Ow!" "What is the matter, pray?" "Your hands are unkind." He started and glanced down at them. The extraordinary youth was right, and he put them behind his back, before replying with outward anger, "What the devil have my hands to do with you? This is a most strange remark. I am a qualified doctor who will not hurt you." "I don't mind pain. There is no pain." "No pain?" "Not really." "Excellent news," sneered Aziz. "But there is cruelty." "I have brought you some salve, but how to put it on in your present nervous state becomes a problem," he continued after a pause. "Please leave it with me." "Certainly not. It returns to my dispensary at once." He stretched forward, and the other retreated to the farther side of a table. "Now, do you want me to treat your stings, or do you prefer an English doctor? There is one at Asirgar. Asirgar is 40 miles away, and the Ringnad dam broken. Now you see how you are placed. I think I had better see Mr. Fielding about you. This is really great nonsense, your present behaviour." "They are out in a boat," he replied, glancing about him for support. Aziz feigned intense surprise. "They have not gone in the direction of Mao, I hope? On a night like this the people become most fanatical." And, as if to confirm him, there was a sob, as though the lips of a giant had parted. The procession was approaching the jail. "You should not treat us like this," he challenged, and this time Aziz was checked, for the voice, though frightened, was not weak. "Like what?" "Dr. Aziz, we have done you no harm." Aha, you know my name, I see. Yes, I am Aziz. No, of course your great friend Miss Quested did me no harm at the Marabar." Drowning his last words, all the guns of the state went off. A rocket from the jail garden gave the signal. The prisoner had been released, and was kissing the feet of his singers. Rose-leaves fall from the houses, sacred spices and coconut are brought forth. It was the half-way moment. The god had extended his temple, and paused exultantly. Mixed and confused in their passage, the rumours of salvation entered the guest-house. They were startled, and moved on to the porch, drawn by the sudden illumination. The bronze gun up on the fort kept flashing. The town was a blur of light, in which the houses seemed dancing, and the palace waving little wings. The water below, the hills and sky above, were not involved as yet. There was still only a little light and song struggling among the shapeless lumps of the universe. The song became audible through much repetition. The choir was repeating and inverting the names of deities. Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Krishna Radha, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, they sang, and woke the sleeping sentry in the guest-house. He leant upon his iron-tipped spear. "I must go back now. Good night," said Aziz, and held out his hand, completely forgetting that they were not friends, and focusing his heart on something more distant than the caves, something beautiful. His hand was taken, and then he remembered how detestable he had been, and said gently, "Don't you think me unkind any more?" "No." "How can you tell, you strange fellow?" "Not difficult. The one thing I always know." "Can you always tell whether a stranger is your friend?" "Yes." "Then you are an Oriental." He unclasped as he spoke, with a little shudder. Those words, he had said them to Mrs. Moore in the mosque, in the beginning of the cycle from which, after so much suffering, he had got free. Never be friends with the English. Mosque, caves, mosque, caves. And here he was, starting again. He handed the magic ointment to him. "Take this. Think of me when you use it. I shall never want it back. I must give you one little present, and it is all I have got. You are Mrs. Moore's son." "I am that," he murmured to himself, and a part of Aziz's mind that had been hidden seemed to move and force its way to the top. "But you are Heathcliff's brother also, and, alas, the two nations cannot be friends." "I know. Not yet." "Did your mother speak to you about me?" "Yes." And with a swerve of voice and body that Aziz did not follow, he added, "In her letters she loved you." "Yes, your mother was my best friend in all the world." He was silent, puzzled by his own gratitude. What did this eternal goodness of Mrs. Moore amount to? To nothing, if brought to the test of thought. She had not borne witness in his favour, nor visited him in prison, yet she had stolen to the depths of his heart, and he always adored her. "This is our monsoon, the best weather," he said, while the lights of the procession waved as though embroidered on an agitated curtain. "How I wish she could have seen them, our rains! Now is the time when all things are happy, young and old. They are happy, out there with their savage noise, though we cannot follow them. The tanks are all full, so they dance. And this is India. I wish you were not with officials. Then I would show you my country. But I cannot. Perhaps I will just take you out on the water now for one short half-hour. Was the cycle beginning again? His heart was too full to draw back. He must slip out into the darkness and do this one act of homage to Mrs. Moore's son. He knew where the oars were, hidden to deter the visitors from going out, and he brought the second pair, in case they met the other boat. The Fieldings had pushed themselves out with long poles, and might get into difficulties, for the wind was rising. Once on the water, he became easy. One kind action was with him always a channel for another, and soon the torrent of his hospitality gushed forth, and he began doing the honours of Mao, and persuading himself that he understood the wild procession, which increased in lights and sounds as the complications of its ritual developed. There was little need to row, for the freshening gale blew them in the direction they desired. Thorns scratched the keel, they ran into an islet, and startled some cranes. The strange temporary life of the August flood water bore them up, and seemed as though it would last forever. The boat was a rudderless dinghy. Huddled up in the stern, with the spare pair of oars in his arms, the guest asked no questions about details. There was presently a flash of lightning, followed by a second flash, little red scratches on the ponderous sky. "Was that the Rajah?" he asked. "What? What do you mean?" "Row back." "But there's no Rajah. Nothing." "Row back. You will see what I mean." Aziz found it hard work against the advancing wind, but he fixed his eyes on the pin of light that marked the guest-house, and backed a few strokes. There. Floating in the darkness was a king, who sat under a canopy in shining royal robes. "I can't tell you what that is, I'm sure," he whispered. "His Highness is dead. I think we should go back at once." They were close to the promontory of the tombs, and had looked straight into the chhatri of the Rajah's father through an opening in the trees. That was the explanation. He had heard of the image, made to imitate life at enormous expense, but he had never chanced to see it before, though he frequently rode on the lake. There was only one spot from which it could be seen, and Ralph had directed him to it. Hastily he pulled away, feeling that his companion was not so much a visitor as a guide. He remarked, "Shall we go back now?" "There is still the procession." "I'd rather not go nearer. They have such strange customs, and might hurt you." "A little nearer." Aziz obeyed. He knew with his heart that this was Mrs. Moore's son, and indeed, until his heart was involved, he knew nothing. Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Radha Krishna, Krishna Radha, went the chant, then suddenly changed, and in the interstices he heard, almost certainly, the syllables of salvation that had sounded during his trial at Chandrapur. "Mr. Moore, don't tell any one that the Rajah is dead. It is a secret still. I am supposed not to say. We pretend he is alive until after the festival, to prevent unhappiness. Do you want to go still nearer?" "Yes." He tried to keep the boat out of the glare of the torches that began to star the other shore. Rockets kept going off, also the guns. Suddenly, closer than he had calculated, the palanquin of Krishna appeared from behind a ruined wall, and descended the carven, glistening water steps. On either side of it the singers tumbled, a woman prominent, a wild and beautiful young saint with flowers in her hair. She was praising God without attributes. Thus did she apprehend him. Others praised him without attributes, seeing him in this or that organ of the body, or manifestation of the sky. Down they rushed to the foreshore, and stood in the small waves, and a sacred meal was prepared, of which those who felt worthy partook. Old Godbole detected the boat, which was drifting in on the gale, and he waved his arms. Whether in wrath or joy, Aziz never discovered. Above stood the secular power of Mao, elephants, artillery, crowds. And high above them a wild tempest started, confined at first to the upper regions of the air. Gusts of wind mixed darkness and light. Sheets of rain cut from the north, stopped, cut from the south, began rising from below, and across them struggled the singers, sounding every note but terror, and preparing to throw God away, God himself, not that God can be thrown, into the storm. Thus was he thrown year after year, and were others thrown, little images of Ganpati, baskets of 10-day corn, tiny taziyas after Mohuram, scapegoats, husks, emblems of passage, a passage not easy, not now, not here, not to be apprehended, except when it is unattainable. The god to be thrown was an emblem of that. The village of Gokul reappeared on its tray. It was the substitute for the silver image, which never left its haze of flowers. On behalf of another symbol, it was to perish. A servitor took it in his hands and tore off the blue and white streamers. He was naked, broad-shouldered, thin-waisted, the Indian body again triumphant, and it was his hereditary office to close the gates of salvation. He entered the dark waters, pushing the village before him, until the clay dolls slipped off their chairs and began to gutter in the rain, and King Kanza was confounded with the father and mother of the Lord. Dark and solid, the little waves slipped. Then a great wave washed, and then English voices cried, "Take care!" The boats had collided with each other. The four outsiders flung out their arms and grappled, and, with oars and poles sticking out, revolved like a mythical monster in the whirlwind. The worshippers howled with wrath or joy as they drifted forward helplessly against the servitor who awaited them, his beautiful dark face expressionless, and as the last morsels melted on his tray, it struck them. The shock was minute, but Stella, nearest to it, shrank into her husband's arms, then reached forward, then flung herself against Aziz, and her motions capsized them. They plunged into the warm, shallow water, and rose struggling into a tornado of noise. The oars, the sacred tray, the letters of Rani and Adela broke loose and floated confusedly. Artillery was fired, drums beaten, the elephants trumpeted, and drowning all, an immense peal of thunder, unaccompanied by lightning, cracked like a mallet on the dome. That was the climax, as far as India admits of one. The rain settled in steadily to its job of wetting everybody and everything through, and soon spoilt the cloth of gold on the palanquin and the costly disc-shaped banners. Some of the torches went out. Fireworks didn't catch. There began to be less singing, and the tray returned to Professor Godbole, who picked up a fragment of the mud adhering and smeared it on his forehead without much ceremony. Whatever had happened, and while the intruders picked themselves up, the crowds of Hindus began a desultory move back into the town. The image went back too, and on the following day underwent a private death of its own, when some curtains of magenta and green were lowered in front of the dynastic shrine. The singing went on even longer. Ragged edges of religion, unsatisfactory, undramatic tangles. God is love. Looking back at the great blur of the last 24 hours, no man could say where was the emotional centre of it, any more than he could locate the heart of a cloud. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. Friends again, yet aware that they could meet no more, Aziz and Fielding went for their last ride in the Mao jungles. The floods had abated, and the Rajah was officially dead, so the guest house party were departing next morning, as decorum required. What with the mourning and the festival, the visit was a failure. Fielding had scarcely seen Godbolet, who promised every day to show him over the King Emperor George V High School, his main objective, but always made some excuse. This afternoon Aziz let out what had happened. The King Emperor had been converted into a granary, and the Minister of Education did not like to admit this to his former principal. The school had been opened only last year by the agent to the Governor-General, and it still flourished on paper. He hoped to start it again before its absence was remarked, and to collect its scholars before they produced children of their own. Fielding laughed at the tangle and waste of energy, but he did not travel as lightly as in the past. Education was a continuous concern to him, because his income and the comfort of his family depended on it. He knew that few Indians think education good in itself, and he deplored this now on the widest grounds. He began to say something heavy on the subject of native states, but the friendliness of Aziz distracted him. This reconciliation was a success, anyhow. After the funny shipwreck, there had been no more nonsense or bitterness, and they went back laughingly to their old relationship as if nothing had happened. Now they rode between jolly bushes and rocks, too. Presently the ground opened into full sunlight, and they saw a grassy slope bright with butterflies, also a cobra, which crawled across, doing nothing in particular, and disappeared among some custard apple trees. There were round white clouds in the sky, and white pools on the earth. The hills in the distance were purple. The scene was as park-like as England, but did not cease being queer. They drew rein to give the cobra elbow room, and Aziz produced a letter that he wanted to send to Miss Quested. A charming letter. He wanted to thank his old enemy for her fine behaviour 2 years back. Perfectly plain was it now that she had behaved well. As I fell into our largest Mao tank, under circumstances our other friends will relate, I thought how brave Miss Quested was, and decided to tell her so, despite my imperfect English. Through you, I am happy here with my children instead of in a prison. Of that I make no doubt. My children shall be taught to speak of you with the greatest affection and respect. Miss Quested will be greatly pleased. I am glad you have seen her courage at last. I want to do kind actions all round, and wipe out the wretched business of the Malabar for ever. I have been so disgracefully hasty, thinking you meant to get hold of my money. As bad a mistake as the cave itself. Aziz, I wish you would talk to my wife. She, too, believes that the Marabar is wiped out." "How so?" "I don't know. Perhaps she might tell you. She won't tell me. She has ideas I don't share. Indeed, when I'm away from her, I think them ridiculous. When I'm with her, I suppose because I'm fond of her, I feel different. I feel half dead and half blind. My wife's after something. You and I and Miss Quested are, roughly speaking, not after anything. We jog on as decently as we can, you a little in front, a laudable little party. But my wife is not with us." "What are you meaning? Is Stella not faithful to you, Cyril? This fills me with great concern." Fielding hesitated. He was not quite happy about his marriage. He was passionate physically again, the final flare-up before the clinkers of middle age, and he knew that his wife did not love him as much as he loved her, and he was ashamed of pestering her. But during the visit to Mao the situation had improved. There seemed a link between them at last, that link outside either participant that is necessary to every relationship. In the language of theology, their union had been blessed. He could assure Aziz that Stella was not only faithful to him, but likely to become more so. And trying to express what was not clear to himself, he added dully that different people had different points of view. "If you won't talk about the Marabar to Stella, why won't you talk to Ralph? He is a wise boy, really. And, same metaphor, he rides a little behind her, though with her. Tell him also I have nothing to say to him, but he is indeed a wise boy, and has always one Indian friend. I partly love him because he brought me back to you to say good-bye. For this is good-bye, Cyril, though to think about it will spoil our ride and make us sad." "No, we won't think about it." He, too, felt that this was their last free intercourse. All the stupid misunderstandings had been cleared up, but socially they had no meeting place. He had thrown in his lot with Anglo-India by marrying a countrywoman, and he was acquiring some of its limitations, and already felt surprise at his own past heroism. Would he to-day defy all his own people for the sake of a stray Indian? Aziz was a memento, a trophy. They were proud of each other, yet they must inevitably part. And, anxious to make what he could of this last afternoon, he forced himself to speak intimately about his wife, the person most dear to him. He said, "From her point of view, Mao has been a success. It calmed her. Both of them suffer from restlessness. She found something soothing, some solution of her queer troubles here." After a silence, myriads of kisses around them as the earth drew the water in, he continued, "Do you know anything about this Krishna business?" "My dear chap, officially they call it Gokul Ashtami. All the state offices are closed, but how else should it concern you and me? Gokul is the village where Krishna was born. Well, more or less born, for there's the same hovering between it and another village as between Bethlehem and Nazareth. What I want to discover is its spiritual side, if it has one. It is useless discussing Hindus with me. Living with them teaches me no more. When I think I annoy them, I do not. When I think I don't annoy them, I do. Perhaps they will sack me for tumbling on to their doll's house. On the other hand, perhaps they will double my salary. Time will prove. Why so curious about them?" "It's difficult to explain. I never really understood or liked them, except an occasional scrap of Godbole. Does the old fellow still say 'Come, come'?" "Oh, presumably." Fielding sighed, opened his lips, shut them, then said with a little laugh, I can't explain, because it isn't in words at all. But why do my wife and her brother like Hinduism, though they take no interest in its forms? They won't talk to me about this. They know I think a certain side of their lives is a mistake, and are shy. That's why I wish you would talk to them, for at all events you're Oriental." Aziz refused to reply. He didn't want to meet Stella and Ralph again, knew they didn't want to meet him, was incurious about their secrets, and felt good old Cyril to be a bit clumsy. Something, not a sight but a sound, flitted past him, and caused him to re-read his letter to Miss Quested. Hadn't he wanted to say something else to her? Taking out his pen, he added, "For my own part, I shall henceforth connect you with the name that is very sacred in my mind, namely Mrs. Moore." When he had finished, the mirror of the scenery was shattered, the meadow disintegrated into butterflies. A poem about Mecca, the Kaaba of Union, the thorn bushes, where pilgrims die before they have seen the Friend, they flitted next. He thought of his wife, and then the whole semi-mystic, semi-sensuous overturn, so characteristic of his spiritual life, came to end like a landslip, and rested in its due place, and he found himself riding in the jungle with his dear Cyril. "Oh, shut up," he said. "Don't spoil our last hour with foolish questions. Leave Krishna alone, and talk about something sensible." They did. All the way back to Mao they wrangled about politics. Each had hardened since Chandrapur, and a good knockabout proved enjoyable. They trusted each other, although they were going apart. Perhaps because they were going apart. Fielding had "no further use for politeness," he said, meaning that the British Empire really can't be abolished because it's rude. Aziz retorted, "Very well, and we have no further use for you," and glared at him with abstract hate. Fielding said, "Away from us, Indians go to seed at once. Look at the King Emperor High School. Look at you, forgetting your medicine and going back to charms. Look at your poems." "Jolly good poems. I'm getting published Bombay side." "Yes, and what do they say? Free our women, and India will be free. Try it, my lad. Free your own lady, and see who'll wash Ahmed Karim and Jamila's faces. A nice situation." Aziz grew more excited. He rose in his stirrups and pulled at his horse's head in the hope it would rear. Then he should feel in a battle. He cried, "Clear out, all you Turtons and Burtons! We wanted to know you 10 years back. Now it's too late. If we see you and sit on your committees, it's for political reasons. Don't you make any mistake." His horse did rear. Clear out, I say. Why are we put to so much suffering? We used to blame you, now we blame ourselves. We grow wiser. Until England is in difficulties, we keep silent, but in the next European war, then is our time." He paused, and the scenery, though it smiled, fell like a gravestone on any human hope. They cantered past a temple to Hanuman. God so loved the world that he took monkey's flesh upon him, and past a Saivite temple which invited to lust, but under the semblance of eternity, its obscenities bearing no relation to those of our flesh and blood. They splashed through butterflies and frogs. Great trees with leaves like plates rose among the brushwood. The divisions of daily life were returning. The shrine had almost shut. "Who do you want instead of the English? The Japanese?" jeered Fielding, drawing rein. "No, the Afghans, my own ancestors." Oh, your Hindu friends will like that, won't they? It will be arranged, a conference of Oriental statesmen. It will indeed be arranged. Old story of we will rob every man and rape every woman from Peshawar to Calcutta, I suppose, which you get some nobody to repeat and then quote every week in the Pioneer in order to frighten us into retaining you. We know. Still, he couldn't quite fit in Afghans at Mao, and finding he was in a corner, made his horse rear again, until he remembered that he had, or ought to have, a motherland. Then he shouted, "India shall be a nation, no foreigners of any sort, Hindu and Moslem and Sikh, and all shall be one. Hurrah! Hurrah for India! Hurrah! Hurrah!" India, a nation. What an apotheosis! Last comer to the drab 19th century sisterhood, waddling in at this hour of the world to take her seat. She, whose only peer was the Holy Roman Empire. She shall rank with Guatemala and Belgium, perhaps. Fielding mocked again, and Aziz, in an awful rage, danced this way and that, not knowing what to do, and cried, "Down with the English, anyhow, that's certain. Clear out, you fellows. Double quick, I say. We may hate one another, but we hate you most. If I don't make you go, Ahmed will, Karim will. If it's 5,500 years, we shall get rid of you. Yes, we shall drive every blasted Englishman into the sea, and then—" He rowed against him furiously. "And then," he concluded, half kissing him, "you and I shall be friends." "Why can't we be friends now?" said the other, holding him affectionately. "It's what I want. It's what you want." But the horses didn't want it. They swerved apart. The earth didn't want it, sending up rocks through which riders must pass single file. The temples, the tank, the jail, the palace, the birds, the carrion, the guest house that came into view as they issued from the gap and saw Mao beneath. They didn't want it. They said in their 100 voices, "No, not yet." And the sky said, "No, not there." End of chapter 37. End of A Passage to India by E.M. Forster. Recorded by Kirsten Wever, and assiduously proofed and ushered into the LibriVox catalogue by Tricia G.